Good morning. My name is Jana Peterson. I self-identify as a white woman and I use the she, her pronouns. And I am also the Boulder County Administrator. I'm delighted to be here with you today. And I want to let everyone know we will have interpretation available. So I'm going to introduce Leticia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to make a brief announcement in Spanish for those who may need interpretation or want interpretation. Buenos días, mi nombre es Leticia. Si usted necesita interpretación, tenemos interpretación en español disponible. Simplemente diríjase a la mesa del fondo donde mi compañera Nidia tiene el equipo que necesita para escuchar todo en español. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. I am really just excited to be here today with this group of individuals from our community who are committed to the concept of affordable and attainable housing, a topic that our community members tell us is the most important topic facing our community today. The Boulder County Department of Housing and Human Services team and I are just thrilled that you all are here and that this room is full. I want to give a big shout out to the folks who organized this day as we get started, to the Regional Housing Partnership Steering Committee for all of their work on this topic. I especially want to thank Bill Cole, Susanna Lopez-Baker, Heidi Grove, Kurt Fernhaber, Gwen Mossman, I'm sure I'm missing people, Geneva Bailey, Susan Caskey. Thank you all for pulling together this event. I also want to acknowledge and welcome elected officials that we have with us today. Some are joining a little bit later. Some are here right at the start. If you're here, will you please stand up when your name is called? And if the person's not here now, please welcome when you see them later today. So I'm going to start with our Boulder County Commissioners. I know Commissioner Marta Lochimin is here. Commissioner Ashley Stoltzman and Commissioner Claire Levy will be joining later this morning. We have Boulder City Council members in attendance. Councilmember Taisha Adams is here. Matt Benjamin. Lauren Folkerts. Tina Marcus. Ryan Schukard. Nicole Spear, and Tara Weiner. From the town of Erie, we have Trustee Emily Baer here. Hi, Emily. From the city of Lafayette, Councilmember Tim Barnes will be here as well. From the city of Longmont, Mayor Joan Peck. Is Joan here? And Councilmember Marcia Martin. From the town of Nederland, Mayor Billy Giblin is here. Where's Billy? As well as Trustee Nicole Sterling. And finally, from the town of Superior, Trustee Sandy Hammerly is here. Trustee Jen Kayash is here. And Trustee Jason Serbu. If there are any other elected officials in attendance, please stand so we can acknowledge you. Okay. Seeing none, now it is my job to introduce to you our welcome speaker, one of my three bosses, Commissioner Marta Lochimin. Commissioner Lochimin is a longtime resident of Longmont. She has focused her career on social, economic, and housing justice. As a licensed realtor, she has successfully helped hundreds of first-time home buyers recognize the generational wealth-building opportunity of homeownership. She also has worked in the mortgage industry, seeing firsthand how financing can help or harm that dream. As one of our Boulder County Housing Authority board members, she also is now on the development side, helping to create and maintain those new affordable housing opportunities for county residents. In addition, Commissioner Lochiman has brought her teaching skills to bear as a national trainer for the Hispanic Wealth Project and director of the Metro Denver chapter of the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals. She's been a volunteer instructor of the homebuyer class offered by the Colorado Housing Financing Authority. Beyond these professional accolades, we can all count on Commissioner Lochiman to center race in her work in everything from Justice 40 framing of our climate action and environmental sustainability initiatives to the Commissioner's focus on good governance as a strategic priority area, and here today where she might just ask each of us, how is this work transforming people's lives? Welcome.
Buenos días, gracias a todos por su participación hoy. Yo tuve anoche justo, dije, ¿tenemos interpretación o no tenemos interpretación? Entonces, gracias a los que están aquí para ayudarnos a dejar a la comunidad hablar con su corazón. Por eso trabajamos y seguimos trabajando en la justicia del lenguaje. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for being here, for those folks who are here in the room and also online. This is the second Boulder County Housing Regional Partnership Summit. The last time we were all in person in this work, I was present as a community member, and that was 2017. The county set a goal of ensuring 12% of the housing inventory to be permanently affordable to low, moderate, and middle-income households by 2025. This goal requires securing 800 homes per year for 15 years. And today, we at Boulder County want to recommit to that goal. We, with you all as partners in the Regional Housing Partnership, are here to recommit to that goal. The purpose of the partnership is to collaborate with local governments, nonprofits, developers, corporations, grassroots organizations, and other partners to build and implement action plans that address housing needs. Concrete solutions to the housing crisis lie in ensuring access to affordable housing and equipping communities with the right resources. This is the path to a more equitable housing landscape for all of the residents throughout Boulder County. I've been working with the Metro Area County Commissioners, which we call the MAC, for the last 2 years. As a collective body, we focused on addressing homelessness across the region with the goal of eliminating homelessness. In 2023, I served as the chair of MAC, and as an elected regional body, we decided to align across the region with the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness all in one plan. This plan has set a national goal to reduce homelessness by 25% by 2025. The members of the Metro Area County Commissioners have participated, include commissioners from Boulder County and the other metro counties of Adams, Arapahoe, Broomfield, Denver, Douglas, and Jefferson. All of us, with tremendous staff support from the region, have agreed to use our roles as elected officials to focus on identifying opportunities to increase funding for supportive services. We will continue to support the work that staff is doing throughout the region, and we are hopeful that we can collectively use our own voices to focus on funding in this current and upcoming legislative sessions, testifying, building other networks and other capacities as influencers in political change. Today, I want to share a few of our recent opportunities specific to housing in the county for all of us. One, the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA. In 2021, Boulder County was able to receive $63.3 million as part of the federal funding for COVID-19 relief funds. Through the Regional Housing Partnership, the county funds provided funding to the city of Boulder to centralize compliance and homeownership program services. About $800,000 was allocated for homeownership opportunities with the Habitat for Humanity St. Vrain project in Longmont. The county also provided $12 million of infrastructure costs to the Willoughby Corner project, which will be the largest net zero environmentally on-target project in the state of Colorado This was for the first phase, an affordable housing development in the city of Lafayette, which will provide, in the first phase, 200 units of senior and multifamily housing in the next 18 months. So where are we headed on this first item? One example for 2024 is a mobile home community focusing on resident-owned community, so that the county now is granting $1.1 million to the La Luna mobile home community in Lafayette, so that the owners there can purchase their park, and the closing is January 31st. I want to note too, thank you. I want to note that when we look at the American Rescue Plan Act funding, federally, the government outlined several goals, including one of the items that all of us as neighbors who received ARPA funds will be working towards. That programs that are designed and implemented based on existing evidence of what works to advance equity, and data will be collected and strategies evaluated to build new evidence around equity for that funding. The second piece I want to talk about is Homeless Solutions of Boulder County, also known as HSBC, is one approach to homelessness that includes multiple government entities, including Boulder County, the cities of Boulder and Longmont, some nonprofits working to impact homelessness, and other external partners. This regional coordinated entry process strives to provide timely and appropriate supportive and housing services to assist people in moving out of homelessness into housing. There were some slides running earlier, so some of you may have already seen that in some of those bullet points. There's a few different items under the HSBC. Since October of 2017, 2,190 individuals have resolved homelessness through housing. 358 in 2023, which means it's about an average of 30 people per calendar month. Through the collaborative efforts, partners secured over $6.5 million in new service funding in 2023 through competitive state grant processes. We have a locally funded voucher program and have focused some of our efforts into specific dedication for landlord efforts to bring landlords and tenants together in new ways in Boulder County. There was an implementation of sober living and treatment services, also known as Project Recovery. Where are we heading next under the HSBC? One of those items is over 100 units of new permanent supportive housing will be coming online in 2024. 40 of those will be open this month in January. The next item I want to share about is Proposition 123, also known as Prop 123. And we have some folks today that are going to be talking about that more and giving us more information. What you want to know about Prop 123 is that it was created as a state affordable housing fund and commits 0.1% of state income tax revenue to fund housing programs. The idea here is how we leverage, how we stack all these different funding pieces. Some of you in the room, that's your expertise. For some of you in the room, you're coming into this coming onto new teams since COVID, and so we want to make sure you're aware of all of these opportunities. That particular proposition will allow funding for 5 different things: affordable housing development, debt financing for low and middle income, multifamily rental developments and existing affordable housing projects, down payment assistance for certain home buyers, capacity to process land use permitting and zoning applications for housing projects, and providing rental assistance, housing vouchers, and other case management for persons experiencing homeless. What's happening in 2024 with Prop 123? Boulder County and 8 municipalities have submitted commitment letters to the Division of Local Affairs, DOLA, to access this funding. According to DOLA, there's 14,683 affordable units in the county. All 9 jurisdictions have committed to increase their number by 3% a year. That's a stipulation of the Prop 123. These municipalities, and we have some representatives here with us today, are from Boulder, Erie, Lafayette, Longmont, Louisville, Lyons, Nederland, and Superior. And we'll be supporting those efforts in our region. Our big win in 2023, I want to share a brief story with you today. As a young person, a woman trying to find a career and a path, I took an amazing opportunity to work as a bank teller here in the city of Boulder. I share with folks that moving from the restaurant industry despite how much I love the pace of work and the fun conversations, moving into the world of finance changed the trajectory of my life. I began to see the way that the financial system that our county administrator, Janet Peterson, in her lovely introduction shared a little bit about. The financial system is credit, it's loan applications, mortgage readiness, legal language of real estate contracts, construction, financial literacy, and access to programs to help or burden people here in this county. I've spent literally my entire adult life, the last 25 years, in the industry of housing. And I knew my experience would be valuable. I just didn't know how much and where it would show up in my role here with you today as a county commissioner. Who knew that a girl that struggled with math in high school would learn how to calculate mortgage payments, and then someday standing here with you all, leading the way with so many community and industry partners to celebrate the first sustainable housing ballot initiative 1B that Boulder County voters generously passed in November 2023. Thank you. Congratulations and thank you to all the voters here today that made that happen, that shared in what Janet Peterson shared as the #1 ask from residents through Boulder County, and you all have helped us address that. As elected officials, it helps us to continue to advocate and to influence communities in our region and around the country about solutions. And I believe it's a way for us collectively to transform lives in Boulder County with housing solutions. We'll talk more about the 1B housing tax in a separate afternoon session today, and to share about the upcoming 2024 work that I'll be championing for Boulder County commissioners as the board. Thank you to everyone for all your commitment to housing in Boulder County. I'm so honored to pass this next session over to a leader who's doing difficult and life-changing work, Susana Lopez-Baker, our Housing and Human Services Deputy Director and Boulder County Housing Authority Interim Executive Director. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Luchman, and thank you all for being here today. Really excited to get started with our first section. If you haven't looked at the agenda, please take a peek. It is in your folder, along with bios, presentations that you'll see throughout the day. Our first panel is very diverse, which is really exciting for us. We've got representatives from the state, from partners throughout the state, from regional partners as well. So before I get started, I am not facilitating today by myself. I'm very excited to welcome Heidi Grove, my co-facilitator today, and Homeless Solutions of Boulder County System Manager. I'm happy to call Heidi a close colleague and dear friend. So thanks for being here, Heidi.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are excited as we are. And before we go into our first panelists, I want to invite Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services from the City of Boulder, to the stage to talk about the Regional Housing Partnerships work over the last almost decade. Kurt?
6 years, yeah. Sure. So can we get the slides up for that? So good morning, everyone. Also, I'm excited to be here. That'll be a theme today, I think. But I'm just going to give a little background on the Regional Housing Partnership, which began its work in 2017, really launched kind of in 2018, and go through the goals of that, where we are with housing right now, how we're doing towards those goals, and how we're not doing towards those goals. So if you can go to the next slide. Boy, it'd be great if I could see it. Can I get a microphone maybe, or? Sure. All right, so these are things that you've heard. All of our community surveys say this. I know Boulder County has worked on wages. Other communities will be doing that as well. Rising housing costs through COVID. This is a real job center in all of our communities with people coming here. And of course, the transportation challenges that makes when people can't live in the community that they're working in. And impacts to COVID. We spent an enormous amount of resources on simply keeping people housed over the last few years. So let's go to the next slide. So you've seen these kind of statistics before, but basically if you're a renter in Boulder County, you're very likely to be cost burdened by housing. So 15,000 renters are cost burdened, spending over half of their income on housing. And 10,000 are spending more than 30%. And 30% obviously is the target that we're shooting for housing costs for families. So just over 40% of the renters are actually able to afford their rent in Boulder County. So we know it's a huge challenge. Next slide. So this is a slide that we took from 2017, 2018. So this was the goal, and we went around to all the communities, all the councils. So at that time we had 6,000 affordable units in the county, and the goal by 2035 was to build 12,000 more affordable homes. So just over 15 years, trying to accomplish that. So that would bring us to 18,000 homes that are affordable in our community, hitting the 12% goal. And that's done through new construction and preservation and helping mobile home communities purchase their homes. There's all sorts of ways that we can go about this. But this was the goal that was set in 2017. So let's go on to, how did we get there? Next slide. So these are the 5 priorities of that goal. So the first one, establish the regional housing goal. Check, we've done that one. So every city council represented here today signed that commitment to creating 12% in their community. And then if we go around to the left, aligning regulatory processes. So that's making housing easier to build in our community, working on the regulations that sometimes become barriers to implementing that housing, and creating opportunities for more housing to be built in the same area. And then preserving affordable housing. Now that's going out and looking at our existing market housing stock, seeing if we can turn that into affordable housing. In the city of Boulder, through Boulder Housing Partners, they've purchased existing apartment buildings, turned them into affordable housing, and renovated them to the new energy standards. We also go out and purchase condominiums and sell them for lower prices to residents that can afford them. Securing land, so many of the communities are doing that through development, getting developers to dedicate parcels of land. But the last one, bolster financial resources, that's the one where we've really fallen down on, and I'll go into that in the next couple slides. You could advance one, Bill? Okay. So this was our commitment back in 2017, 800 homes per year. The years prior to that, we had done 300 units per year as in the county, and so we needed to figure out how to do 500 more. At that time, City of Longmont, City of Boulder, and Boulder County were spending about $15 million a year investing in creating affordable housing. And at that time, we knew that we needed $25 million more per year. Our hope was that that would start in about 2020, and that there would be a ballot initiative to support that. That didn't come to fruition until this past fall. Okay, let's move on from here. So what have we done outside of that? So again, 10 jurisdictions have adopted the goal. Regional home ownership. So Martha spoke about that. The commissioners through ARPA have funded a program where all of the communities can now participate in having the infrastructure for a home ownership program. We've done affordable housing planning workshops. What are the policies that each community could adopt to create affordable housing? We ran a Home Wanted campaign, which I saw to be incredibly effective. We ran that, I think, about 4 years ago. You would have seen it on RTD buses. We had a whole social media campaign. We were out talking to the community about this Home Wanted effort. And what I have seen personally is when affordable housing projects come in front of city councils, we're getting all voices heard. We're hearing from people who actually support, want, and need affordable housing. So it's really changed the conversation in our community. The resident-owned mobile home parks, we've completed about 1,100 units of affordable housing in the county, and we have a pipeline now of about 2,000 units. So that's exciting. So the citizens passed 1B, and we'll hear about that a little bit later. And then on a picture on the right here is a picture that I took this weekend of our modular facility that's going to build two-story modular net zero homes. And sort of the icing on the cake is that the factory is also going to be net zero. And it's about 500 yards to the east of us here. Okay, next slide. So what's the reality of all this? So we wanted to do 800 homes per year. We did 220. We wanted to have a ballot initiative for 25 million. We kind of struck out on that the first few years. But we did get a ballot initiative, 1B, that will give us anywhere between 15 and 18 million. And we've got Prop 123. So if we can get that additional 25 million between Prop 123 and 1B, then that will more than double our housing production in the county. So that's a real opportunity for us moving forward. Next slide. So I'm going to stop there. I know that we wanted to get on to the panel. Just wanted to give this as a background to where we started and where we are right now. So I will hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Kurt. If we can have the screen come up, I'm going to go ahead and welcome all of our panelists this morning. Peter Lafari, the Chief Executive Officer of Maker Housing Partners. Eliberto Mendoza, the Project Coordinator for the City of Longmont. Zach Schaffner, Community Partnerships and Development Manager, Colorado Department of Local Affairs. Sophia Vigil, Regional Coordination Lead for Metro Denver Homeless Initiatives. And also Kurt Fernharber sitting on our panel as well, representing both the City of Boulder, the Regional Housing Partnership, and he's also on the executive board of the Homeless Solutions Boulder County. So thank you again, Kurt, for that wonderful introduction. Let me get Mike's in here before we get started. I think this question I'll put one on the side. On the side, if that's okay. Great. All right, so we've got just a few questions here, but thanks so much for getting us started on the regional housing goals. In that same light, Peter, I'm hoping you can talk about why the regional approach is so important statewide.
Yeah, thanks, Susanna, and thanks everybody for coming. Many other places you could be spending your precious time, but you're spending it with us, and for that, I'm appreciative. Also for the tremendous work that's being done by the entire community of fantastic housing authorities. I know many are here. Also, I see Kristen in Broomfield doing amazing work. But regionalism has been so important because we are woefully antiquated when it comes to our efficiency outcomes when we're developing housing. So the manufacturing facility that Kurt mentioned is a huge bonus and will kind of shepherd in significant efficiency gains if it's allowed, right? And so the design standards, your zoning work here in the state, in the county, are critical. You've invested in this state-of-the-art net zero facility. Don't hinder it by, kind of limiting what you will allow those homes to go and how those homes are situated on land, right? Height limitations, setbacks, FAR, all of the, kind of sexy stuff. I'm joking there. That us that do the work can, like Minneapolis famously eliminated single-family zoning. They didn't. It took them another 2 to 3 years to do that when they started to do the design center work. So 2.8% is the annual productivity efficiency gains for all sectors of the economy other than housing combined per annum. Less than 1% productivity gains per annum in the housing development space over the last 40 years. Number one reason for that is what I just cited, right? A bespoke, project-specific, disaggregated regulatory environment where we deliver homes. And I'll add one more thing. How many folks in this room drive an F-150? Maybe not as many in this room. It's a lovely truck. It's actually the number one selling vehicle in the United States. You are not alone. Average sale price of said truck. Yeah, exactly, $60K. Okay, that truck is brought to market on 2 production lines, right? California production line, which they're California emissions, which we adopt here in Colorado, and then everybody else's. All of the trim is just like we say in development, lipstick on a pig, okay? Now imagine if you are Ford and you are trying to bring the F-150 to market, but it's homes. Here in Colorado, you'd have 64 different production lines, 1 for each county. Then you'd have another couple hundred production lines, right, for each local government. If you were able to even pencil out producing said truck, it would cost the same amount as a house. We do have cars we still build by hand. They're lovely. They're Rolls Royces and Bentleys, and they cost over $1 million, which I think is a little cheaper than your average home sale price here in this county. So if we want to get more efficient, we have to deliver homes in a more regional manner so we create a predictable and stable market. Why? So we can harness the power of economies of scale, something we have still refused to allow housing development and housing developers to harness, and that's why we are so broken. Thank you, Susanna.
I think I'm going to touch on it a little in the next one. So,
I'll just say from a housing perspective, from addressing homeless. So hi, everybody. I'm Zach. I'm with the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Division of Housing within our Office of Homeless Initiatives. And I'll just say that regional approach is so critical because we know that folks experiencing homelessness, right, are not cognizant of when they move from one municipality to another. They're in crisis. They're seeking to meet their everyday needs, and so that's the reason why those regional systems are so essential. Is because we know this. Folks are accessing services on a regional level, right? They're going to those emergency rooms. They're having engagement with local law enforcement, and so having municipalities working regionally is essential to do that in order to do amazing things like the work at MDHI around sharing information, tracking individuals, and assessing their needs, and then quickly moving them into housing. So that regional approach is so critical from a homeless response as well.
Thank you, Zach. This question is for Sophia, Zach, and Peter. Can you please discuss the national and state trends between access to affordable housing, livable wage, and rates of homelessness, both for individuals and families, including senior homelessness, new to homelessness, and individuals who identify as Black, Indigenous, or people of color?
yeah, I'll go ahead and get us started with that question. And I have notes because I don't want to misrepresent any of the data that I have today, but nationally we're seeing a continued rise in homelessness according to HUD's report of the annual homeless assessment report that's released each year. In 2022 to 2023, we saw a 12% increase nationally, and we continue again to see that rise, and it's due to something that was touched on earlier, which is this gap that continues to widen between the cost of housing and those in costs increasing due to the pandemic and so on, and then our income and wages that are staying more stagnant. So as that gap is widening, we are seeing more people experience homelessness for the first time. And there was just a study that was released earlier this month about the rent burden that people are facing in our nation. And over 50% of renters right now are cost burdened, so they are paying more than 30% of their income towards rent. And of those 50% that are already cost burdened, there are another 50% that are extremely cost burdened. So of the 22 million renters that are paying over 30%, half of those are paying over 50% of their income towards rent, which we saw earlier in the slide is representative in Boulder County as well too. And we're seeing that statewide as well, with over 50% of people, of renters being cost burdened. And so I want to touch on how this is impacting our newly identified homeless numbers. So Metro Denver Homeless Initiative releases a state of homelessness report each year, and that also just came out earlier this month. And we saw more people that are newly homeless, about 44% compared to the 30% that are chronically homeless. And we saw this especially with our family households. So 50% of those households were experiencing homelessness for the first time. And when compared to single adults and our veteran households. And 79% of these households were female represented head of households as well too, with an average of 1 to 3 children. So family homelessness is perhaps where we see these economic challenges, family breakups and systemic inequities be the most visible in the vast. So we have to think about when we look at minimum wage being $14, $17 an hour in Metro Denver on average, that think of that as supporting a mom and her 2 kids supporting children and having to pay a majority of their income towards rent and potentially having to sacrifice other basic needs in order to maintain that stable housing. And then I wanted to touch on senior homelessness a little bit too, because we are also seeing an increase in the rise of seniors that are experiencing homelessness. Again, this is nationwide, statewide. We're also seeing this locally as well too. And this generation just has increased vulnerabilities for experiencing homelessness, again, due to the housing costs continuing to rise and potentially being on a fixed income. They are one step away, similarly to many people near the poverty line, with potentially a spousal or partner death or increased medical costs that can then cause them to experience homelessness for the first time. And then so also when we look at those seniors, someone who's 58 with their age may actually be physically closer to the age of 70 or 80 years old. So we need to increase our assisted living centers and long-term care facilities to better support our seniors that are experiencing homelessness, because right now our shelters are filling that gap. Similar to our highway infrastructure in Colorado, it was not built to support the influx of people, and that's what we're seeing in supports for our senior and aging populations. The supports just aren't there in the amount that we need it. And then by the numbers, so based off of a couple data sets that we have, over about 20% of people are over the age of 55 that are experiencing homelessness right now. And in Boulder County, when we broke that down, it was about 18%. If we take a deeper dive and add veterans to that, so veterans over the age of 55, we see then a 50% representation of people over the age of 55. And then last thing I just wanted to touch on was how this impacts our Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Again, there is a general overrepresentation of many minority groups in homelessness across the nation, as well as statewide and locally. And so our job is to look at the metro-wide data, and we have seen overrepresentation in Black, Native, Hawaiian, and multiracial groups in homelessness. So whereas white people make up about 84% of the general population in Metro Denver, they are they're underrepresented in homelessness at about 59%. So although you may see a majority of people experiencing homelessness are white, they are overall underrepresented in their general population, whereas Black folks are about 6% of our metro-wide population and are actually represented at 22% in our system. And then looking at Hispanic folks as well too, they represent 23% of our metro-wide community and actually represent 30% in our homeless response system. So again, that overrepresentation of these minority groups is impacted again by income inequalities that exist. In 2018, the Colorado Center for Law and Poverty actually released a report that looked at the median income across all of Colorado to then compare that out by racial group. And so Black, Latino, and multiracial and Native groups were earning less than the median income, whereas white and Asian were earning a little bit more than the median income. And that can be correlated to the national rent cost burden that people are experiencing, with over 50% of Latino, Black, and multiracial people experiencing a higher cost burden. And then also, many of our median income groups are experiencing cost burden. However, when you look at the higher earners and the lower earners, there is more discrepancy. So about 20% of white and Asian people fall into the higher income earning group, whereas only less than 10% of Black, African, and Native American households were upper income. And nearly half of Black households were considered lower income, even though they only represent 1/3 of the Colorado population. And this, again, is poverty as a predictor of homelessness, and that cycle of poverty that we continue to see, not just in our homeless response system, but overall as a society. And I will stop there because I was talking for a while.
Zach?
I want to agree with everything. Like, that's the beauty of having quality data, is we can detect those disproportionalities. And we know they exist, and then it's a question of how do we address those disproportionalities? How do we look at our systems? How do we look at the housing resources that we have available to exit folks out of homelessness? And how do we, right, building on the great work that MDHI and other organizations are doing to look at our assessment tools like the VI SPDAT and say, let's move away from those tools because we know that they can perpetuate those disproportionalities. And so I want to, really, once again, clap for MDHI for being a leader in this in Colorado and nationally, and really working to root out those inequities and design and ensure that we have a broad continuum of housing solutions to meet that continuum of need. One particular housing intervention is not what we need. We need all of those interventions for single parent households, for chronically homeless individuals, for veterans, for families. We need housing interventions that are specific to each of those. But at the same time, we also know what works. We know that permanent supportive housing is the most effective intervention for individuals with long lengths of homelessness who are the least likely to self-resolve. We know that rapid rehousing plays a critical role in addressing homelessness for folks who have lived in stable housing in the past. We know that homeless prevention dollars, we can prevent folks from coming into those systems. So we need that broad continuum of solutions in order to address the broad continuum of need that we have.
Peter, anything you want to add?
I'll just quickly add, the federal government is not doing enough, okay? We pride ourselves on American exceptionalism. We're sitting in one of the most innovative square miles in the country, in the world, and we are one of the most uninnovative when it comes to serving and stabilizing the housing needs of Americans. And it permeates everything that was just shared, right? So 1 out of 5 Americans who are eligible for a housing choice voucher will find themselves lucky enough to get one. And then if they can find a place to live and lease up within the time period, then we should, we should give them an award, because it is extremely difficult. Does anyone know, I mean, let me ask a question. Does anyone think that the United States has ever declared, Congress has ever declared a housing emergency? Does anyone know? We have. Back in 1946, when the brave men and women came back from global war, and we had tent cities on the mall, which, based off of data, was even worse than our homeless crisis now. And we mobilized, we created all of the things, the Marshall Plan, right, the VA loan, all of these things. We have not created new housing funding vehicles in this country since the Great War. CDBG, home funds, right? They just sit on the cutting room floor of Congress. Doesn't matter which political party is in power, okay? When push comes to shove, we cut out housing stability costs, and we need to put an end to that. And I think Prop 123 here in Colorado demonstrates that when you serve up a meal that is good home cooking for funding for homes, we will pass it. And local governments will embrace it. I wrote back in September of 2020 that I was highly skeptical that folks in this room that are decision makers would buy a ticket and belly up to the bar and say, yeah, I'm gonna permit 3% more homes, and I'm gonna get to a 90-day fast track by 2027. So hopefully you guys can get there sooner. But what I'm gonna say is that we need more innovation, we need support. There's a direct correlation between our housing inventory and our homelessness counts, our unhoused count, right? And so, we have to demand more from our congressional delegation. We have to say that housing is national security, and a lack thereof is a lack thereof, right? So, or else we're gonna be hearing more of these horribly tragic outcomes of unhoused community members across Boulder and Colorado and the country writ large.
Peter, before we go to our next question, real quick, Eliberto, Kurt, we've heard national, state trends. How does this play out locally?
I think locally what we see is that, as HSBC, we have certain goals of trying to exit 30% of folks that are entering our regional coordinated entry system. And that gets challenging every year. And it becomes challenging because there is not enough of an outflow outside of getting out of homelessness and into housing, because we're just not keeping up with the demand and the need for housing. And I will say, I just want to add that I understand that exiting homelessness is much bigger than just finding a unit. We talked about permanent supportive housing and supportive services. Those are key to those that have been on the street for many, many years. Without those, many folks are doomed to fail. They get into housing, they don't last long because they just don't have the support systems that many folks that are housed have to stay housed. So I think that locally what you're seeing is just a continued challenge for our wonderful providers, both our family homelessness providers, our family resource networks, and those nonprofits that are working on individual homelessness, to take their clients, work them through a very complicated system, and then to get them successfully housed and keep them successfully housed, because we need all of those aspects. We need the units, we need the vouchers, but we also desperately need support for supportive services. So that's how I think it's working out here locally.
Yes, I'll just add briefly. You've heard a lot about this, but I think locally what we're missing to fill the gap, we need more resources, and we need more housing, and we need more planning, changes to land use that allows the housing to occur. We have individuals with vouchers. You were just mentioning it. We can't find a unit for them, and while I think under the Regional Housing Partnership and HSBC, we're incredibly proud of the work that we've done over the last few years, but we also know that it's incredibly inadequate of what we need to do. And I think as a region, we need to ensure there's PSH housing and affordable housing in every single community in Boulder County.
Thank you.
All right, next question. I'll open this up to the whole panel, but what is a diversified housing portfolio, including middle-income housing, and why is it important?
I guess I start. We passed the first of its kind statewide housing authority 2 sessions ago, and the Middle Income Housing Authority, I'm honored to serve on that board as vice chair. A lot of smart people trying to crack the nut of middle income housing. It's 80 to 150, let's call it 140, depending upon the location, like up in the high country. And so, what I would really say is and Kurt mentioned condos, and we just don't build condos anymore. So we don't really build starter homes anymore. So when you eliminate the housing continuum, right, or a key element of the housing continuum, plus we know we're 240,000 units short per the National Low Income Housing Corporation's gap report, which I highly recommend you guys check out if you haven't already. And so we're just short. We're short, right? And so, it's difficult because if you're like, well, we're only going to build, 500 homes a year or 800 homes a year, and 70, 80, or 90% of them are all market rate, and we have all this pain and trauma, like, what are we doing? But we need housing abundance, right? And so we need to, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? If we're gonna address underlying land use concerns, that benefits Jeremy, it benefits Kristen and others, and Susanna and me as a housing authority leader, just as it benefits our friends on the continuum side. And so, this is not a death match where it's one or the other. It's not a binary construct. That's one of the issues that our country is facing, is that it's either black or white when it's actually it's people, right? And so I think that without a housing continuum, what happens is the lowest on the income scale, which I hate to say because we're all people, but at those with the least amount of influence have the commensurate amount of pain, right? And if we want to be an enlightened society that is moving forward opportunities where folks can maximize their gifts and strengths, then we have to create more housing units across the continuum. The middle income is there. We've made it illegal. The market wants to serve this. Think about how crazy it's gotten. We created a housing authority to focus on what the market has always served, because we can't get our land use considerations under control, because we call them NIMBYs, we call them bananas. I don't like saying those things because you can never kind of codify a change dynamic when you're insulting someone, right? And so I'm not going to insult Boulder and say, because you guys have been doing great things, thank you for revoking your growth ordinance or limitation. That's going to matter, right? You guys are forecasted to grow by 8,000 people over the next 5 years. 7,400, I think it is, actually. That's not a lot, right? That's not a lot. So at the end of the day, we need more homes. We need more starter homes. We need more condos. We need more co-living. Thank you for reducing your how many heartbeats can live in a home together, or increasing it. Homes are for people, I think, is what the movement was called here. It was very, very inspiring. So yeah, we need more, because if you eliminate one or more, the whole process collapses. It's not just interest rates, it's actual opportunity for bricks and sticks.
Go ahead, Kurt.
So I'll say, when you look at housing and real estate, it's probably the one thing in our society that's most inequitable. And we have, if you own a home in the city of Boulder, over the last few years, your appreciation on your home goes up by about $5,000 a month. And if you compare that to someone who's renting an apartment they can barely afford, there's nothing more inequitable than that. And so I think part of the continuum is creating that rental housing that they can afford, but also creating ownership housing that they can graduate into over time. And and part of that, like you said, is we're not creating those types of units for that to occur in. And in the market that we're in, none of that can happen without public money.
So how many folks here work for nonprofits? Raise your hand if you're a nonprofit. Right, I worked for a nonprofit for many years. The only reason that I have a home in Longmont right now is because I was fortunate enough to apply for and go through the whole Habitat for Humanity process. That is why I have a home. I would not have a home in Longmont on a nonprofit salary when my family was young. There's just no way. Even back then, it was out of our our ability to achieve. And that is why the diversity, the starter home, the condo is super key, because there's so many of us out there working to improve our community in many ways. We sacrifice so much, and we can't afford to live here because the housing prices in this community have surpassed us years ago. And if you were lucky enough, if you were blessed enough to go through some sort of affordable housing program, that's amazing. But for our up and coming young leaders that we have so many of, unless we fix this issue, my own son says, yeah, I love Colorado, but I can't afford to live here. He's already planning to leave because he can't remain here. That's just a reality that we need to address, or we're gonna have a brain drain as our up and coming young, smart, amazing children can't be here anymore. So that's my take on why we need diverse housing.
Thank you. Okay, I have our next question as well, and it's a long one, so hang in there. Proposition 123 is designed to keep affordable housing funding in Colorado neighborhoods and give local leaders control when trying to address housing challenges facing our residents. In Boulder County, the average cost of buying a home has increased 19% in the last 5 years. Simultaneously, the county has an apartment vacancy rate of about 5%, meaning people looking for an apartment have few options for housing in town. What role do you see Prop 123 funds playing in meeting the RHP and state goals? Hoping Kurt and Peter can speak to that.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. We had a $25 million goal. We didn't accomplish it. We accomplished it in part this past fall. So we left about $125 million on the table as a community by not implementing a ballot initiative. So I think this is a great point in history around housing in our community with Prop 123. It's put a structure in place for each community to have goals to shoot for. It's got a target of affordable housing that we must create. And what I'm excited about is that it's for every community, it's for every municipality in our county to work together on that. And I think that's why the regional approach is so important. But to create affordable housing, you have this gap funding that you have to come up with. And a lot of the smaller communities like Louisville, Lafayette, Superior, Erie, it's tough for them to find that gap funding. And I think that Prop 123 has the opportunity to really leverage a lot more funding and create a lot more housing in those communities.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. Kurt hit the nail on the head, and his slides still ringing true in my mind. I'll just point out it's really kind of a virus in the machine measure. The beauty of the measure is that, it says, look, we're going to, the people of Colorado, the people of your community want this. And so to gain access to these funds, we're going to ask you to make some tough decisions. And with those decisions will be the illumination of the trade-offs that you're making, right? And so it is really like a Kaizen, Six Sigma, continuous improvement opportunity that has really been politically non-palatable. When I came into this work from national security in 2014, you could see really quickly, like if you were an elected official and you spoke about affordable housing and those people, you weren't an elected official for long, and that's changed. And so to me, that's a really important marker of a cultural dynamic that we need to harness, and you have, right? I just ripped off a couple of other examples that I think is really cool that you guys have been doing. But also the tenant equity vehicle and the opportunity for equity. And right now, this is a good advocacy opportunity for this room, is that the Colorado Housing Finance Authority is one of the best housing finance authorities in the country, but they're pretty conservative, right? And so they're tasked with standing up the first ever equity source for deals that will then take a percentage. So basically the state or the Housing Finance Authority is going to become a REIT. a real estate investment and trust. This is really innovative and really exciting. They're terrified of this. The Attorney General is saying, I don't know if, this is a little risky, we haven't done this before. So Chaffa is saying like, well, maybe we might want to turn this into debt. And so they need our love and support to say, like, we have to figure out how to keep this as equity, and if it becomes debt-like, it needs to be very little bit of a debt-like source, because the assets that are invested in by the equity program, the gains, the margin, the NOI that is above what the REIT portfolio has penciled out as their required rate of return can go back to the residents that are living in those communities or who have ever lived in those communities, from last that I've heard from the working group. And so now, as Kurt mentioned, if you live in a home and you own that home, you're paying off the mortgage, or maybe you've paid your mortgage off, you're getting $5,000 in equity. There's a lot of purchasing power, a lot of safety net there that renters do not have, right? Last year, the average net worth of a homeowner was over $300,000. Average net worth of a renter was like sub 20K. Right, so even less than that. Excuse me, it was 8K, sub 8K, and so any sort of volatility, and you could find yourself unhoused, and it's rigorously difficult to get out of that. And so this tenant equity vehicle tethers the success of a capitalistic endeavor, how we build homes, and puts it into the pockets. And I hope it'll be the form of an annual or a biannual dividend, like a stock. Right, so we're building wealth, and as a leader of a housing authority, one of our main focuses is to try to create more wealth, and we're not doing great at that because we're structurally prohibited. And so Prop 123 is a transformational measure, and we have to ensure the tenant equity vehicle is stood up and goes to people without a lot of patriarchal strings, and they can use the money as they deem fit, and they'll use it on their best and highest use.
Zach, with regards to Prop 123 at the state level, what are you excited about? What are visions and goals for DOLA, and how can this begin to address some race equity issues we see in housing?
I think so. I think from the Office of Homeless Initiatives perspective, it's really exciting that we have the flexibility that we do in Prop 123 to pursue proven solutions. Like, that language is in the statute governing how those homeless dollars are used. But really, it's incredibly exciting to have communities making those commitments, opting in, and seeing how many communities opted in was really exciting. It's really exciting to see that and how it's going to pay off, right? How many folks. But I will say at the same time, as Division of Housing, we have this new housing resource. We're also seeing increasing housing costs, and I will reference the conversation that Heidi and I had last week about Prop 123, where there's a very difficult conversation about gap financing and Division of Housing. What is the better way to do things? Do we fund fewer projects more completely, or do we try and spend those limited dollars and spread them as far as we can, knowing that there are so limited funding sources for gap financing? So that is really a challenge. I'll go back to addressing those inequities. The best way to do that is with quality data. One of the exciting things about Prop 123 is that we can use that funding for innovative housing interventions, right? Capacity building, training, support for communities. The other nice thing about Prop 123 is that the homeless dollars are not tied to the housing commitments, so we can use those funds to really do larger regional, even statewide work to address homelessness. So that's kind of what I'm really excited about. And again, it's dedicated dollars, even with funding sources that for so long we thought were, for sure, like our marijuana tax cash fund dollars. The vast majority of housing resources and homeless resources are federally funded right now. Having state funds has been huge. The things we've been able to do with our state housing vouchers through new projects like Bluebird, Boulder, right, with state housing vouchers, that's been incredible. We need to be able to do more of that, but dedicated funding is essential. But it's also, we need to continue to grow the pie. We have to have that federal support that Peter alluded to in order to keep those gains moving, and be able to say, okay, communities are raising their hand, how do we deliver to them? How do we know that, if Prop 123 is the beginning, how can we leverage even more funding to advance those local community efforts?
Thank you. That's fantastic. And Boulder County has a real exciting opportunity in front of us with 1B affordable housing, which is estimated to generate about $18 million in local funding for the next 15 years, every year. Kurt and Eliberto, can you talk about what you're excited about for new local dollars in housing?
I'm excited about money. So I think, at least my perspective from the city of Boulder, we're short about $5 million a year with the projects that we have that we're working on right now. We need to, I talked earlier about the pipeline of 2,000 units in the county. We need to increase that pipeline. That 1B is gonna help with that. But also just adding on to what Zach said, even with Prop 123, there's still not enough money to do the things that we need to do. I would encourage every community, every municipality to implement inclusionary housing, and to get cash in lieu money out of that actually fills that gap, along with this other funding to create that housing. And you can see that the goals that you all committed to as elected officials, or your predecessors did, we can't get there without a whole tapestry of funding sources. So we would be going at the same pace if we didn't have that 1B funding. I think we're already starting to spend the money that we haven't applied for. But I think it's going to be tremendous for us as a region.
I think what I'm excited for on multiple levels, on the home ownership level, I'm looking forward to see what opportunities we can create to increase home ownership. I think the wealth generation is key. That generational transference of wealth is key. So I think anything that we can work on that, I'm looking forward to. Specifically on the homelessness side, what I'm really looking forward to, because I know that this 1B money will also be potentially used for services. And what I'm really looking for, HSBC works under the auspices of Housing First. But one of the things that we, at least internally, say to ourselves all the time, housing first doesn't mean housing only, and it can't. Housing first without supportive services is doomed to fail. It just cannot work without supportive services. So I'm really looking forward to, on the chronic homelessness side, is how do we, of course, build more units, get more in the pipeline, but then how do we support the folks that are in there already and keep them housed and protect, in Longmont, our biggest provider, Longmont Housing Authority, they do a great job. How do we continue to support our Longmont Housing Authorities by giving them the support services they need for their units to stay on the market, to stay being used, and really just continue to offer more opportunities for not only individuals experiencing homelessness, but for families experiencing homelessness. So that's my biggest thing, is I really want to see us, how do we best utilize this funding to create the supportive services networks that we need to ensure success for HSBC clients, for our FRN clients, and then ultimately, how do we use this funding to build wealth? Because that should be our goal, is building that generational wealth throughout the county.
Thank you. So this last question is really for Sophia and Zach. Sophia, the state is investing more into homeless programs and has said that homeless should be rare, brief, and one-time occurring. What is the continuum of care excited about moving forward?
I think to start, we're always excited about more money, just like anyone else that's sitting up here. We know it's not going to be enough, but with the state saying that homelessness should be rare, brief, and non-reoccurring, we also agree with that as well too. So it's really exciting to see this collaboration happening, not only at a local level as Boulder, but looking at our entire Metro Denver continuum of care, which is our 7-county region that we serve. So excited to have shared alignment regionally, locally, and at a statewide level, because then we can all work towards these goals together and really build off of the strengths that each community has. And as the continuum, that's what we're looking to do, because we know that resources are short, financing is short, and there's just not enough. So we need to be better about collaborating and not feeling like this falls on any one community, but really leaning, again, on those strengths that we have within each other. And as a continuum, I think there's a couple things that we're looking forward to this year, such as public-facing dashboards with a lot of the data that I shared with you in one of the previous questions. So having access to be able to educate not only the people in the room that are doing the work, but also the community members and those that are potentially saying it's non-existent or not in my backyard. Really demonstrating through data that this is what's happening and these are the trends and inequities that we're seeing across our region. I think another thing we're excited for is we were awarded last year the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Project. After 7 years of trying, we were finally awarded due to really centering the voices of the youth in our community and having them lead the process and the application with support from our communication specialist. Layla did an amazing job writing that grant, so we're excited to see the outcome of that in the near future and really coordinating regionally, again, to end youth homelessness with that additional funding that we've received. But there's a lot of exciting things to come, I think, and as tough as this work may be, we also want to be better about celebrating the successes that we have too. In order to keep us all going in this work, we need to make sure that the milestones that we achieve and successes we achieve are celebrated, because the path to getting to a point where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring is going to really be a long one. So ensuring that we take care of ourselves and celebrate those wins along the way.
So speaking of celebrating, I'll steal a page from Peter's book. How many folks are aware that Fremont County has ended veteran homelessness? Quick show of hands. Maybe you just learned just now. Congratulations on this being educational. So Fremont County, Colorado has ended veteran homelessness. They have established the infrastructure, the street outreach, the housing solutions infrastructure in order to ensure that every month they can house more veterans than they have new veterans coming in. They are on the precipice of ending chronic homelessness. It's incredibly exciting. Fremont is not an especially resource-rich community, right? They are not able to do housing interventions that folks in the rest of the state can't. If anything, their politics are more challenging than a lot of our Front Range communities. So the fact that Fremont is able to do that shows that if you invest in proven solutions, if you use data to identify process improvements, it can happen. And we're really excited to celebrate that with them. It also shows that, right, the orientation that we have of the state of Colorado through our Built for Zero work is effective, right? Fremont ended veteran homelessness a few years ago, folks. And they have maintained that. Reaching a functional zero designation is not a one-time occurrence. You meet that threshold and then you have to maintain it every month, month after month. And they've been able to do that through developing those really robust local partnerships. And so we're very eager to do the same in the rest of the state because we know it can happen. And that's why we're excited that communities like Boulder have reached that quality data designation, because it shows that, right, again, folks are asking the right questions, the right infrastructure is in place, and that's very exciting. I'll also say, we know it works. This is not, we don't have to keep proving this over and over again, that, right, the path to ending homelessness ends in a home, that you need to do all of these, these approaches. There is literally, we have the state playbook. It's 5 pages, highly recommend it. And it really outlines this idea of invest in the proven solutions, do what works, and then we can continue to replicate this success. And we want to go, maybe we'll do Fremont, then we'll do Boulder, Pueblo. We want to eventually get to that place where truly homelessness is rare and brief and everyone has a safe place to call home.
A follow-up. Where does Boulder County align with the playbook for the state?
I think very well, honestly, right? You are looking at, I will just shout out, I know there's a supportive housing panel, but right, Boulder County, the folks from Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, with their very innovative, we have new projects coming online. We just went through they're going actively leasing up at Bluebird Boulder. Zinnia's coming soon. You have an amazing partner, right, with Together, who's got 1440 Pine and has also got some new projects coming up in Denver. So you have really strong alignment with that playbook, I would say. And you're putting local resources in. That's been so key. Like our federal resources for addressing homelessness are often the least flexible. And so having state resources and having local resources that can fill those gaps is tremendously valuable in looking at things like, okay, application fees. For whatever reason, right, the state frustratingly is saying, well, we don't want you to use our funds for application fees. And there have been some good changes legislatively around application fees, but if everything else is lined up, right, there's 1,000 reasons for someone not to exit homelessness. We have to keep coming up with 1,001 reasons to move somebody into housing. And so that is really challenging and it takes concerted, difficult work.
Yes, thank you. Everybody should have note cards on their table, and we are going to open it up for questions. And I did receive one question already, but if you do have a question, please raise your hand. We have some mic runners that are happy to help too. But this question, the first question that we have, and this can be for any one of you to answer, is from Karen Hammer of Hammer Law. And she said, predatory consumer practices artificially and illegally increase the cost of living. What is our region doing to help people stay in their homes they already own? Oh, thank you.
Well, I think staying homes, we could talk about rental and ownership, but I think, first and foremost, the $30 million that the state legislature, the General Assembly passed during the special session is any day now. The Division of Housing should be announcing how that is going to be promulgated. It has an expiration date of June. And so we got to get engaged in that. As we've seen, we have a tremendous demand for emergency rental assistance, and we have nation-leading entities and organizations across the state helping local governments tap into that funding so that it doesn't go back to the general fund. I think also there's been advances in HOA and HOA practices to mitigate what is happening to people of color, Black and brown community members who are preyed upon. Green Valley Ranch comes to mind outside of Denver as a location where there's a disproportionately high percentage of home foreclosures initiated by an HOA entity. And so there's lots of work on HOA. There's lots of work on home remediation so that homes are habitable and safe. Those are a number of things, and I think Zach's team is doing fantastic work to be able to get grant funds out and be able to ensure that there's technical assistance so that folks can age in place and that they're not, pushed out over, a ton of legal fees that have been piling up because perhaps somebody didn't like the color of their front door.
And I'll just add, really, right, that the homeless prevention resources are essential for renters, for homeowners. I cannot, right, I could talk about supportive housing services funding all day, but it relates to that as well, right? Individuals having access to that rental assistance. For a lot of folks, hopefully they'll never come into contact with that homeless response system. They'll never go into an emergency shelter. We'll be able to divert them. But at the same time, and the analogy that we've started to use is the bathtub one. It's not terribly elegant, but right, we have to turn off the faucet, prevent that inflow. We have to empty the bathtub. That's through emergency shelter, bridge housing, and we have to drain the tub. We have to have that outflow, permanent supportive housing. So we have to do all of that, and those homeless service dollars are really essential so that when we're providing case management to individuals, that we can really say, okay, is this a one-time infusion of cash, right? Did your car break down? Did something happen? Did a family member pass away? Did someone become incarcerated that prevented that? Or is this something larger that we need to provide supportive services to help address?
I think for me, the preventing piece, I think one of the most important things that I know in the work that I do is collaboration. City of Longmont does a great job, and also City of Boulder does as well in Boulder County. Collaborate not only with our nonprofit partners, but we have an amazing mediation program through our community neighborhood resources that step up and support folks as they're going through these type of situations, and they really are about housing retention and helping people stay in their homes. So I think the value of collaborating across spectrums. I know, our city manager's working on this thing called, developing these centers of excellence where you bring all sorts of people from different disciplines together to address systemic issues. And I think in Longmont, I know that we have teams that work together to really come around folks when they're facing issues, and whether it's prevention, intervention, it's really having that collaborative effort. And in my opinion, I think Boulder County, throughout the county, is one of the best places in the country on collaboration. And I think that is the key to keeping people in their housing.
Thank you. I'm getting a ton of questions. This is very exciting, but we only have a few minutes. But what I can promise is that I will pose these questions to the panel in an email, and we can get that out to the group. We do have time for one more question, though, and I think this is a really great one. It's from Greg. Thank you, Greg. I'm wondering if somebody can speak to how tiny homes and ADUs can be more valued in the housing continuum, and sort of what our ideas around that. And I think that's just a perfect question for this group.
So, ADUs have been explored in many of our municipalities, and I think we've gone at a relatively conservative, slow rate. And I know in the city of Boulder, I think it'd been like 25 years or something since they revisited the ADU ordinance. It's been updated twice in the last 5 years, and it's really about, in my view, better land use and better use of the housing assets that we already have in our community, and that we can add on to. And it's really creating an infill approach, which is very soft. And if we get tied up in a knot around ADUs, we probably have much bigger problems. So tiny homes, I know Longmont just finished a tiny home project. I think one of the challenges around tiny home type villages in our types of communities where land is so incredibly expensive, and the funding actually is available for tiny homes either. The federal funding and state funding isn't as robust around supporting that type of housing. So making it work from a financial standpoint, I think is challenging, but I do think we can make a lot of progress around ADUs.
Yeah, if it's a glide plane into like eco districts and thinking about the built environment in a modern and vibrant and people-facing way, it's great, but it's not going to be affordable on the front end. California has demonstrated this, but there's lots of good things where housing abundance, right? So if each ADU gets an individual who's overhoused in a B-class rental unit, a rental home, then that's someone that, perhaps from one of your housing authorities with a voucher now can compete for a unit that has been freed up. So it's that continuum thing again. If it leads to lot splits and then, condominiumizing them and then you sell them like we're seeing in California, that's another good thing. So then you start to say, okay, well, we want to get to more density. We want to get to more walkability. We want to get to more of co-living. We want to get to, God forbid, you allow people to have, commerce-generating activity. We call it live work, which is, all throughout the rest of the world, you can have a little coffee shop, something where folks that have been precluded from the bounty of our Zoom life during and post-pandemic. These are the types of things that ADUs and tiny homes hack our brains on. But if you're going to say like that has to be owner occupied and it has to be affordable, they're not going to be built. California demonstrated this. But if you say, as an incentive for an individual who has a really high land basis, but wants and can't pencil it out, but wants to go to Kurt and then wants to go to Susanna and say, hey, can y'all help me with some pre-approved plans that I'm not going to get beat to hell in a public rage theater? And then Susanna says, yeah, we're going to project base a voucher, right? Like our good friend Renee Martinez-Stone of the West Denver Renaissance Collaborative is collaborating with DHA. Well, now maybe you've created a vertically integrated ADU pathway for, for folks that don't have a $1 million home or don't have that net worth, but want to create more housing opportunities. So what I'd say, it's like the Candyland approach towards what the rest of the world is kicking our ass on, right? Which is housing abundance and housing that fits people's needs, right? We're still building homes as if it's the 1950s where black and brown people are not allowed, right? And you have to have a matriarchal, patriarchal construct to be able to build what becomes the foundation of the American dream. And so if it's that pathway, go for it. But if y'all think it's gonna hit Kurt's numbers, it's not gonna.
I would just say, the whole piece about land use is above my pay grade. I have people in this audience that can address that. But what I will say is that we are seeing the VCP model work. We are seeing homeless veterans get housed in these tiny homes and being supported and making movement. And I don't know the numbers. I will not address the numbers, but I know the services, I know the programs, and those type of models work, and I think they should be investigated, and where appropriate, duplicated.
Thank you. Yep, Zach.
I'll also say, right, from the state of Colorado perspective, right, we're trying to be good stewards of the public's money. We can invest in proven solutions, and that is where, right, as these emerging best practices and new ideas come on board, it's like, great, that may not be the best use for state funds, right? We want a safe bet. Local municipalities want to take, show that works, great, then let's build on that. I think a big component, my major concern is around client choice, right? Are folks asking for this, right? Are persons with lived experience saying, actually, that's what I'm interested in, I want to have that micro-housing perspective. I really think the ADU perspective is really, really exciting, especially, right, a lot of the things the governor talked about in his recent State of the State, from a transportation, from a density perspective, like that is where, right, from an infrastructure perspective, it's great when folks, want to donate land for the state to use, but if there isn't infrastructure, there aren't roads and pipes and sewers going to that location, it's really challenging. So I think ADUs are a really exciting way to build that density and support more growth in that way.
Thank you, Zach. Such a great point. And thank all of you for being on this panel today. It was fantastic. I'm already getting positive feedback. So thank you again, Peter, Kurt, Eliberto, Zach, and Sophia. Let's give them a round of applause. And that takes us to our first break of the day. So we have a 15-minute break. There's still food out. Help yourself, please, and thank you. Thank you. That was amazing.
All right, our next speakers this morning are our Family Resource Network Executive Directors. There was a recent statistic done by the U.S. Government of Accountability Office that showed that for every $100 of rental increase, it equals 9% increase in homelessness. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our next discussion item, which is rental assistance. We have Mark Cowell, who is the Executive Director of our center, Suzanne Crawford, Executive Director, or Chief Executive Officer of Sister Carmen Community Center, and Julie Van Domlin, Executive Director of Emergency Family Assistance Association, also known as EFAB. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne Crawford, CEO of Sister Carmen Community Center. I wanted to start out by telling you a little bit about the Family Resource Centers, because we really have been on the front lines of the housing crisis, especially the last few years with the pandemic, the fire, inflation. So the Family Resource Centers work together very closely. In fact, someone earlier said that we were joked that we were joined at the hips, which is actually, it's true. And we're part of a larger network of organizations called the Boulder County Family Resource Network. We work together very closely. This network includes Boulder County Housing and Human Services, Boulder County Community Services, the City of Longmont, the City of Boulder, Safe House Progressive Alliance for Nonviolence, Safe Shelter, Mental Health Partners, Clinica Campesina, Boulder Housing Partners, both school districts, and more. We have been working really hard, especially on rent assistance and preventing homelessness the last few years. And there's also a subcommittee of that group that works on family homelessness. So this is an issue that's top of our mind, and we are very much, I would liken us to having our fingers in the fire hose in trying to prevent folks from losing their housing. Next slide, please. So it now takes over $107,000 for a family of four just to pay their basics in Boulder County. That is incredible, and it's no wonder that we're seeing such an increased need for rental assistance, and we just can't keep up. During the COVID pandemic, it created more stresses, economic stressors for families, but there was also increased dollars available for assistance, like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The Family Resource Centers actually received $1.5 million across the 3 Family Resource Centers of ARPA funds from the county commissioners through 2024. So those funds have been helping. Unfortunately, there's decreased federal funding now, and combined with inflation and the skyrocketing housing costs, low wages not keeping up with the cost of living, it's really putting a lot of pressure on the Family Resource Centers as we try to keep people housed in our community. Next slide. So it was mentioned before that wages haven't been keeping up with the cost of living, and it's especially hard on service workers. As you can see, 14% of the population in Boulder County work in service occupations. 8% of Boulder County families with children live in poverty, and 31% of those families are families with single mothers with children who live in poverty. 65% of Boulder County workers are now driving to work alone, and the mean travel time to get to their job is 24 minutes. This is because more people are moving east. They're doubling up, and it's creating a lot of pressure on our roadways, and it's also creating pressure trying to keep them housed and keep them from moving out of Boulder County. Next slide. As we all know, housing in Boulder County is increasingly unaffordable, not just to buy a house, but also to rent housing. And more families, unfortunately, are losing their housing. In 2022, 39% of all households were were in cost-burdened housing, spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs in Boulder County. And this figure rose to 89%, that's astounding, 89% for rental households making less than $50,000 a year, with 66%, or 2/3 of those households, spending more than half of their income on rent. Next slide, please. So you heard earlier Commissioner Lochiman and others talk about the homeless solutions for Boulder County data. And it's important to realize that that just includes adults. So this is some interesting data and troubling data from McKinney-Vento on family homelessness in Boulder County. But as you can see, in 2019 to 2020, there were 391 families in St. Vrain Valley School District and 388 families in Boulder Valley School District. And then you look forward to 22, 23, and it's grown exponentially, unfortunately. So 610 in St. Vrain Valley and 802 in Boulder Valley School District. And that really, this housing instability leads to loss of community, loss of supports, kids changing schools. It's high stress for families and children, creates physical and mental health problems, makes it harder for the family to break out of the cycle of poverty. And for children, of course, it leads to increased academic decreased academic outcomes and possible developmental delays. So this is something that is very troubling, and I have to tell you, I'm relieved to see you all here, and that so many people in our community care about this issue. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mark Cowell, who's going to talk about some of the rental assistance trends.
Next slide, please. Good morning. My name is Mark Cowell. I'm the Executive Director for the Hours Center. We're a family resource center that serves the St. Vrain Valley School District. I just want to say it's been wonderful to reconnect with a lot of colleagues that literally I have not seen face-to-face for years. So I'm excited to see you here. I'm glad you're still in the trenches, and thank you for continuing to fight the good fight. You guys are doing great work, so thank you for that. So I'm going to cover some of the stats that we've been seeing over the past 5 years. The following slides include residential assistance data that's been compiled by the 3 family resource centers, Boulder County, as well as several city investments, including the City of Boulder's Keep Families Housed, the EPRIS program, and the City of Longmont's Homesteady program. The next 3 slides break out each family resource center and the rental assistance provided in their service area. On the right side, you will see the number of households that received rent assistance, and on the left, you'll see the total assistance dispersed. And I'm going to focus mainly on the dispersed graphs, the next 3 slides. Also, I want to mention that these slides aren't meant to be inclusive of all rental assistance programs that are out there. The Safe Shelter has been doing wonderful work. Our family resource schools have been doing wonderful work. And so this data isn't inclusive of all rental assistance programs currently being run here in our county. As you look at the graphs on the left, each bar you'll notice there are 3 different colors. The blue represents the funding that's been raised by each center and dispersed for rental assistance. It also includes the aforementioned city-funded projects in our different municipalities. And generally speaking, in 2018 and 2019, this was enough to meet a vast majority of the needs that came through our doors. And then as you'll see, starting in 2020, that changed quickly. Next slide, please. So this is EFA. Again, same thing. The orange is the Human Services Safety Net funds. Despite our best efforts and the amazing support that each of our communities provided us, because of the pandemic, rental assistance and the need for it quickly outpaced the resources that we were able to raise. And as a family resource network, we were able to identify that early on in the pandemic. We came together and collaborated, and we were able to provide some additional bridge funding that kept us going while the needs in our community continued to increase. Simultaneously, right around this time, the county commissioners also approved some ARPA funds that we've been able to use throughout the last couple years to help fund some gaps along the way. Next slide, please. And then the gray area is the ERAP, so it's the federal funding, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. In 2020, the ERAP funds were available, and they provided us a very valuable resource necessary to clear any past due rents. By this time, we started to see families that were literally thousands of dollars past due. Sometimes we would see $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 past due in their rent. This funding was very key in being able to zero those balances out. In addition, we were able to provide additional rent assistance for multiple months, sometimes up to 12 to 18 months to keep a family stable and housed. Next slide, please. So this is accumulation of the rent assistance that was provided over the past 5 years. You'll notice really quickly on the left that the numbers were right around 900,000, 1.1 million. And just like all of you, live this every day, and I'm still astonished when I saw this slide come up, because you went from about $1 million of assistance required in our communities to basically $14.3 million in less than 3 years. That's a 15% or 15-fold increase in the rental assistance required in our county. The one thing I would also note is that the 3 previous slides, you might have noticed that the trends mirrored each other. So what's happening in our county right now is happening in all of our communities. There's no community that is exempt from what's happening currently. The one other thing that I will point out on this slide is you see on the far right, the rental assistance, the funds has dove significantly. And if you weren't looking at the slide or the graphs on the right side of people served, you would think, okay, we're on the right track, things are moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, that's far from the case. Next slide, please. This is the total number of households that have received residential assistance in the past 5 years. Again, early last year, the Family Resource Network started to recognize a gap was starting to be created. ERAP funds had been expended by about February of 2023. Our funds as Family Resource Centers, our fundraising was starting to flatten, and it certainly wasn't keeping up with the need. Meanwhile, since 2020, the needs have continued to rise year after year after year. So we started to collect data regarding the amount of funds requested versus the amount of funds awarded or dispersed. And what we found is between the 3 Family Resource Centers, between July and December of last year, we were only able to fulfill approximately 55% of the needs that came through our doors. And I will just add to that that doesn't tell the entire story. As the funding resources are exhausted, we're having to make some very difficult decisions, not only at the Family Resource Centers, but across the entire safety net. Out of necessity, we are putting limits on the amount of direct financial assistance that we can provide per household. Sometimes these limits include dollar amount caps, as well as you might only be able to visit the center for rent assistance once or twice a year. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is that the complexity of the needs of these families is so high that one-time assistance or the assistance that we're able to provide is not nearly enough to keep that family stable moving forward. So unfortunately, many of these families have become dependent to some degree on this funding, and this funding is now disappearing. Each of us expects sometime this year in 2023 that the monies that we've been able to raise and we reserve for direct financial assistance will be gone. The ARPA funds we will fully expend by December of this year at the latest. And if these trends continue up here on this screen, basically what we'll be seeing is that last slide that Suzanne shared. I think you're going to see family homelessness potentially double again in the next year or two. You're going to see more families that are having to live out of their cars, more individuals couch surfing, and we're definitely going to see we're starting to see more families that are doubling and tripling up in the same residence just to afford rent and keep a roof over their head. So with that being said, I will introduce my colleague Suzanne Van Domelen from EFA.
Hi. Thank you. I'm going to kind of get to what we can do about it. What are the big takeaways? First of all, I want to just thank the organizers for giving a slot for rental assistance. So sometimes that gets forgotten in the continuum between the higher need permanent supportive housing and the building units. And it's actually a critical piece of the puzzle, particularly in Boulder County with our housing costs. So next slide, please. So why is rental assistance so critical? Well, first of all, it prevents homelessness and eviction, which is very important. Once you have an eviction on your record, it's very hard to lease up. Once you're dislocated and out there in this kind of homelessness services, it's very hard to get out of. It also promotes stability, particularly in the short term. Households have shocks, and rental assistance is our shock absorber, and is very effective at that. It also improves longer term outcomes, because sometimes we hear rental assistance is like, not investing in the future, it's just paying for the moment. Well, that paying for the moment has significant outcomes. I can tell you from EFA's Keep Families Housed program, families with children that received rental assistance over the last 12 months, no family went unhoused. It was 100% effective in preventing family homelessness, but it also improved, well, money works, but it also improved food security, it decreased household debt, it decreased stress. All of these other outcomes that improve family well-being once the family was more anchored in their housing. It also, and this is something people don't often think about rental assistance, it helps anchor people in affordable housing. I know that for FIFR numbers, a third of our rental assistance pays rent in permanently affordable housing. So that is, even if you're in permanently affordable housing or have a voucher, you can have a shock and not be able to pay that rent. So it is going to be part and parcel of the affordable housing picture, even when we meet all these wonderful, goals that Kurt was talking about. It also reaches people in market-based housing. That's a big, important part of the picture, particularly our mobile home parks. And it helps anchor the housing in the market affordable units that we still have in Boulder County. Next slide. So what's the call to action? First of all is to acknowledge this, that rental assistance is an important part of the continuum, to make sure it's always talked about in that way and figured out in that way. There are trade-offs, obviously. The money is not unlimited, and so there are some trade-offs between different parts of the continuum. And it turns out that rental assistance is a very efficient way of stabilizing low-income households in their housing. I know our numbers best. It takes about $1,500 to stabilize those families that avoided homelessness. We also have housing for families that have lost their homes in our transitional and short-term housing units. That's 4 or 5 times that expensive. And then that is much, much cheaper than the building of housing. So just in terms of the economic efficiency, we have to do the right dosage on the right parts of the continuum. It also can reach lower income levels. Anyone that's involved in developing permanently affordable housing, it's very hard to reach that 0 to 50, 30% of AMI, of area median income, but rental assistance can. And then lastly, it's extremely responsive to community and household level shocks. It can be scaled up, it can be scaled down. It is fast. You see these numbers of how the Family Resource Centers are able to scale up, not only in the money, but just delivery of that. How many more households we're seeing. We've been able to do that. So it's an important part of the system, and thank you. I think we're turning it up to questions now. Is there anything I missed? No. Great. I think we're going to raise this. 5 minutes. Questions. There's one question here, and I think we're going to come down to the front. Like, which one has a mic? Can you use all 3 mics? Okay, they were there. Okay. No. Oh, hello. Okay. We got one question. Please, I don't know, cards. Not sure how they're doing this. This question is, what about impact fees, jobs, housing balance, and IH? Inclusionary housing of 140% to solve demand for services. I'm not sure, there's a lot of pieces of this question, but impact fees affect the affordability of housing and the cost of housing. The jobs housing balance, right now, I think as a county, we have more people coming into Boulder for jobs than we have residents here. We're a net importer of jobs. Part of that is due to the housing costs. As we know, people have to move out of the county to get to their jobs. So all of this kind of equilibrium balance goes to the first presentation here about everything from zoning to the larger policy environment. What we see, and speaking for the Family Resource Centers, is we're the canary in the coal mine. We can tell you if it's working or not, because we see the number of people that need to stabilize through rental assistance or lose their families with kids that lose their housing. So maybe other policymakers can address your question better on the policy side. Well, you won't get me started talking about minimum wage. I'm well known for that, so. Here.
So this question is, how does rental assistance support families to stay together? And one thing that we see at the Hour Center quite often is that a child may be staying at a friend's house. And sometimes they may be moving from friend's house to friend's house so that they have a roof over their head, they have a warm place to stay. And meanwhile, the parents are in their vehicles. We see that quite often where the parents are in their vehicles, the kids are in a house, and then, just as bad, I mean, the families are together, but we're seeing more and more families, adults and children, in their cars together coming to access services at the Hour Center.
Really? Okay. I'm curious about the impact of student housing on rentals for families. What are the connections? Any impacts on affordability or availability of rental units? The University of Colorado is an important part of our community, and that generates a lot of needs for student housing. Since we are mainly located in the city of Boulder and the mountains to the west, and our center is in Longmont, and Sister Carmen is in East County, Lafayette, Louisville. That's kind of how we divide geographically. I can take a crack at this one. We often hear about zoning and housing issues that are meant to address issues on the Hill, but then tend to make it more difficult for families with kids and others, like the increasing density and that kind of thing off of the Hill. So clearly students take up a piece of our rental housing market for sure. So there's a connection, and what we see now is the investor class coming in and buying more and more student housing as investments, so that competes with that starter condo, starter home, and so that's definitely the reality of the city of Boulder's housing market and zoning environment. I don't have an answer for that. We love the university, so let's figure it out together.
For one last question.
So, is there any data that shows COVID and Marshall Fire impacts causing increased assistance over 2020 to 2023, specifically year 2022 plus? Yes, I wish that we still had the slides up, but absolutely. I can just tell you anecdotally for Sister Carmen, we were doing, prior to the pandemic, so prior to 2020, we typically budgeted about maybe $200,000 to $250,000 a year for emergency rental assistance. That went up to $1 million a year in COVID. It's since come down a little bit to about $780,000, but that's not due to decreased need. It's due to the fact that grants and funding have decreased somewhat as people have perceived that the pandemic is over and donors think there's not as much need, which is not true. In regards to the Marshall Fire for Sister Carmen Community Center, because we were the primary family resource center responding to that, we actually did an additional $1 million in financial assistance. That includes not just rent assistance, but other forms of financial assistance. But you can see that had a huge impact on our budget because we went from about $250,000 in rent in 2019, and then in 2022, it was, I think, 1.6, something like that. So it was a massive increase.
And I would just add to that, this morning when we met at the table, and we do see each other quite a bit, and someone asked how things are going, and all of us said, right now is harder than during COVID, far and away. So what is that? Well, COVID had a moratorium on evictions, it had a lot of rental assistance, and people kind of got through COVID and are then losing their housing. And then on top of that, we've heard that wages have not kept up with inflation. That is only true for the lower income wages. If you had higher income wages, top 25%, your wages increased far more than inflation. So we have the tale of two cities now, tale of two worlds. And before we were kind of all in it together. And so it really feels different to make this case out there of what we're seeing because only part of our community is living it.
I also wanted to make one last comment about the Marshall Fire and the effects on the Eastern Boulder County community. Obviously, we lost over 1,000 homes, and then many more were damaged and unlivable for quite some time. And the effect that we saw at Sister Carmen were folks who had been coming to us for assistance and were participating in our programs and maybe had received rent assistance before, started coming and reporting that their landlords were increasing their rent and they weren't going to be able to afford it anymore. And the relationship seemed to be that some of the landlords in Eastern Boulder County saw an opportunity to raise rent and make more money by renting to folks who had lost their homes. So we're still dealing with the effects of that because some of those rental properties haven't been rebuilt, and some of those folks actually ended up some of those folks that lived there previously ended up having to move out of our area.
I think the only other thing that I would add to all of this is we haven't talked about it yet this morning, and I know that would probably be a whole nother day discussion at least. But at the Hour Center, speaking for the Hour Center, we're seeing approximately 25 to 30 asylee families showing up at our doorsteps every single week. And approximately half to 2/3 of those are new every single week. These families are coming in, they're doubling and they're tripling up. They don't have much with them, but they are trying to establish themselves and they're trying to make this their new home. And I think this is just going to add to the complexities of, as we're still working our way out of the effects of COVID, the inflationary pressures are still crushing families and looks like they'll continue to do so. And now we've got this extra layer that the community is not starting to talk about yet, but is definitely going to be rising to the surface very soon. So this is going to be yet another layer to what we're going to have to work through in the upcoming years. So I just would put that out there because, again, as being the canaries in the coal mine, we're seeing a lot of these families starting to show up at our doorsteps asking for help so they can get themselves stable in the new communities that they're calling home.
Thank you. Can we all get a round of applause for our presenters, please? All right, we are actually going to go straight into our last and final panel. This was alluded to a little earlier this morning when we talked about affordable housing and the continuum of housing, which is supportive services. So I want to invite our panelists. We have Annie Bacci, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Together, Michael Blanc, Chief Executive Officer for Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, Barb Gastella, Housing Program Manager for Mental Health Partners, Rebecca Seiden, the Individuals with Developmental Disability Mill Levy Program Coordinator, Boulder County Housing and Human Services, and last but not least, Ann Tapp, Executive Director of Safe House Progressive Alliance for Nonviolence.
Welcome. Keep the mic on this side, Mike. You can keep the one on this side.
All right. So this question is for Annie and Mike first, and then, of course, open to the rest. We heard this morning that housing first is not housing only. What does housing first mean to you?
Okay, so I'm up. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here with all of you. So housing first is really about how do we eliminate barriers to make the shortest amount of time between a person who's experiencing homelessness and when they can access stable housing. And if you think about it, like, we've had models in the past in our housing continuum where there's like a metaphorical staircase and saying, you know, before you're able to access housing, first you need to obtain your documents. Next, you need to find employment, get into a treatment program, perhaps, you know, find sobriety, et cetera, before you're able to access housing. And what we've seen really in the evidence base of the last almost 40 years is that the outcomes are much better in terms of housing stability and overall health of individuals when they're able to immediately access the stability that comes from housing. What else would you add, Mike?
I think that for our organization, I really try to simplify this as much as possible, and I try to emphasize that when I meet anyone who's experiencing homelessness, I view them as a housing problem, and that what intervention can we provide that will get someone into a house as soon as possible. So we're viewing them as a housing first problem. And so if we can reconnect someone with a relationship that can provide housing, that's housing first. If we can provide deposit assistance and navigation assistance to allow someone to find a rental, that's housing first. If it means rental assistance only, because their acuity of need is low enough where they don't need supportive services, that's housing first. If their challenges are more extreme and they have a high acuity of need, it may be rental assistance and ongoing supportive services. That's housing first. And so to me, that really simplifies the project. And so clearly in that dynamic, you need to have a system that is focused on housing first. So you need a ground game to engage with people who are homeless. You need rental assistance. You need durable assets for people to live in. You need supportive services based on the acuity of need and the intervention people need in order to remain stably housed. I also just want to make sure that it's clear that it can't only be a service principle. It has to be a funding principle too. And there are a lot of distractions. Historically, there have been a lot of distractions in the homeless service world for 40 years at least and ongoing. We really need to make the tough choices in an environment of limited resources to make sure that we're really supporting a housing first system in a very methodical way and make tough choices because not everything gets the outcomes and is as reliable as housing is. So I guess that's my contribution.
I have a follow-up question. Can you just share how Housing First operates on the ground here in Boulder County?
Well, I'm new to the town here in Boulder, although I've been working in Colorado for a long time and with Boulder over the years. But I would say on the ground, you know, ideally, as Mike was talking about, creating a system environment in which we can orient our system to getting people connected to the housing and service intervention they need as soon as possible. And I know that work is underway. And then there's also like, when you have someone who's experiencing homelessness and needs that intensive supportive housing intervention and you want to get them to the unit as soon as possible, it's very critical that your system has a way to like hold on to people until you can get them in that unit. And so, you know, ideally we would have a unit for everybody as soon as we are able to engage with them. But if there's ways to look at resources like bridge housing or other temporary solutions while you're getting someone their documents and through their application, getting them into a housing unit, or you're waiting for that housing unit to open up, or prioritizing beds at your shelter that are for people that are waiting on permanent supportive housing, and you can have some throughput there. All of those things are really important when it comes to when you're on the ground and you're encountering an outreach worker, and we're trying to figure out how does our system hold on to you so we can navigate you to that right intervention.
I mean, I think it's back to this sort of trying to develop a comprehensive system that starts with meeting people where they are on the street and ends up in an appropriate housing with appropriate levels of support. And so there are a multitude of steps, all of which need funding in order to sort of actualize that continuum. And so it can start with outreach workers, it can start at the shelter, it can start at the ER, it can start at the jail. It can, and then it's a process of shepherding someone through the various steps of that process until we land them in a home, like we've done in Bluebird last few weeks, and housed 40 high acuity of need individuals off. I think the majority of which came off the streets and out of unsheltered situations. And so, you have to have a comprehensive sort of game plan from start to finish, starting with the ground game and ending with leasing up and having ongoing supportive services and wraparound services.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
I always want to include the disability population. I work specifically with intellectual and developmental disability to autism and brain injury within Boulder County. We are seeing an increase in homelessness in those populations. So we also need to address that. Unless they're stable in housing, we can't keep track of them, and we can't get them into the appropriate systems that they need in order to navigate their lives. So it's very important that this population be included in all these conversations about affordable housing.
Thank you. And this next question is for anyone on the panel. Why are supportive housing conversations critical to affordable housing?
I can start. I think in order to house people, you need three things. They need to be able to afford to live there, which is usually a housing voucher for people who are on limited income. We need to find a place that somebody will take them. And then we need the support services to help support them, not only to get them into it, but also while they're there. So the population that we tend to work with, I'm from Mental Health Partners, are people who have a lot of complex issues. And they have a lot of mental health issues, they have substance use issues, they have physical issues, they have a long history of trauma from being homeless for years. And helping them get into a place and helping them navigate how to do this. I mean, ironically, like we've had somebody before who got frostbite years and years and years, homeless on the street, never had frostbite. And then they get into a unit and they get frostbite. And the reason is they didn't know how to have a key. They never had a key before. They didn't know what to do. So they stepped out and locked themselves out of their unit and didn't know what to do about it. So there are a lot of little things that we're doing in supportive services, things that you wouldn't even think about because we just take it for granted of helping them do this. It's also a huge transition for people. It's isolating. They're not used to just being on the streets or being in an apartment all by themselves. You hear stories of people who slept outside of their unit once they got housed, or you have people who sleep, like they didn't sleep in the bedroom, they slept in the living room. It was just a little too overwhelming. And the other thing that I want to say is when we don't have supportive services, I think then we find that people struggle more to maintain their housing. And when we don't have supportive services, I feel like sometimes the de facto group that ends up dealing with it are landlords. And so here you have landlords who are willing to take on working with people who may not have a long or a rental history, have financial limitations, are on a housing voucher, which requires some paperwork on the landlord's part. And then when we don't provide those supportive services, then what happens is that people then, the landlord is sort of stuck with the tenant that may be struggling and not having resources. So I think supportive services are absolutely critical. And I think another piece with the supportive services is finding the ample funding for them, because this often at times is something that's not always considered.
Great. Oh, I would just say between the relationship of affordable housing and supportive housing, you can't really untether the two, right? So in a community, you can't add more supportive housing into a community without adding more affordable housing. And so when you think about all supportive housing is affordable, but not all affordable housing is supportive housing. And as we heard from folks before this panel, most people who are experiencing housing instability and homelessness don't need supportive housing. They don't need this intensive service intervention, but the ones who need it, who have some of these complex issues that Barb was describing, they really need it. And so it's important to target that intervention. And within a community, it's not unknowable who amongst your population that's experiencing housing instability needs supportive housing. And so when you think about adding stock, do that with the information of like 10% of our housing unstable population is going to need this additional service intervention. So think about it that way, where the need can inform what you create and what you build versus build something and then try to figure out the need. I think that's a really important component when you're thinking about adding new units.
Well, first, it's just nice to see people in 3D, so. I'm Ann Tappa, she, her pronouns. I'm with Safe House Progressive Alliance for Nonviolence. And a shout out to our housing and shelter folks over there that actually do this work. I wanted just to mention a couple of things. I think one is, and as Annie sort of alluded to, I think really centering the client, for us, the survivor, in what the resources and what that supportive service looks like, I think is key. I would say that I think that supportive services oftentimes, or historically often has been a deficit model. It's like, what's wrong with this person that our service could fix so they can stay housed? And I think really flipping that and recognizing that the individuals and the families that we work with have survived incredible obstacles, and really their strength is really what we need to focus on. I think ensuring that that services are less about what we're delivering and more about how we're partnering with the people that we're working with is really key. The vast majority of folks that we work with are families, and they're families that have lost their homes or are experiencing homelessness because of domestic violence. So there's a little bit more complicated step to both accessing available affordable housing and staying safe from the person who hasn't disappeared from their life, maybe doesn't know exactly where they are, but certainly if they have children together, remain connected to that survivor. So there are a number of challenges that I think as a community can, blending our resources becomes really key in solving some of those entrenched challenges.
So I had to really think about this question because my population is a little bit different. So when we're talking about supportive housing, we're really talking about inclusive housing for this population. And that's about designing with intention and community. And we need to remove those barriers that keep these individuals with cognitive and physical disabilities to live like you and I. Their parents have aspirations for them as well. You know, my kids, I want them to live independently. I want them to be employed where they want to be employed, live in the community where they want to live, worship where they want to live. So do these people with disabilities. So there is a spectrum of need. Inclusive housing includes safety, affordability, stability, and also service accessibility. It needs to be person-centered because the individual needs to be able to thrive in their community and also be seen as valued members of society. I can tell you that we have approximately 1,000 individuals on different Medicaid waivers within Boulder County. That does not include transitioning youth, nor homeless, nor the population that exits the jail system. We find an incredible amount of people that are exiting the jail system with IDD and also with brain injury. Brain injury is an under-resourced and actually undervalued population of ours. So I did want to state, I could go on, but I won't. I am a strong advocate. I encourage collaboration with all of you. I am very open to be creative. We need to collaborate creatively to bring housing solutions into Boulder County for this population. We have a 22% aging caregiver population, 60 and over, between Broomfield and Boulder counties. That's an urgent situation because most of these individuals live with family members. Where are they going to go when their family can no longer take care of them? So, according to the Inclusive Housing Coalition of Colorado, when housing is unattainable for people with IDD, individuals become displaced into the next empty bed of a provider-controlled home, which a lot of times they don't have a choice of. They also become unhoused and they become incarcerated. So please, I just want to collaborate with everybody here to produce more affordable housing and to really question vouchers. We also need more vouchers for this population to be included in their communities.
Mike, is there anything you wanted to add?
Well, I think that in terms of this relationship between permanent supportive housing and generalized affordable housing, I think that what I've learned is that you really have to view the homeless through this sort of tragic lens of the proxy for those who have the fewest resources and face the biggest challenges and the biggest barriers. And so if you're not careful, you won't create access on behalf of the homeless simply by creating more affordable housing. And so I think it speaks to what other panelists have said, that if you want to address those with the fewest resources, it takes an extra special effort in order to create that access. So those with the biggest impairments, biggest challenges can actually leverage the community investment in affordable housing.
Thank you. This one's for all of you, so if you guys want to rock, paper, scissors it, go for it. What type of cultural considerations should be taken into consideration when providing supportive services to increase housing retention and success?
Well, I can just briefly say that it is remarkable to see our providers with lived experience and the impact that they have on the folks we're trying to house. And it's something that those providers have taught me, and I've listened very carefully. It is in those moments where you really need someone with that lived experience in order to pave the road to stability in housing. It is a remarkable thing to see how effective it can be when someone is speaking from experience, and that has been informative to us. It's hard to fund and find funding for peer support, but we've done a better job in partnership with the city and the county, and so we're excited in this direction, and it has good results.
Now, I think one of the first keys of supportive services is engagement. We work with a lot of people, and these, again, are people with a lot of trauma, have had a lot of history, and then trying to understand who they are and where they come from and what's important to them and how to reach them and how to assist people in obtaining housing. And once they obtain housing, what are the pieces? I know that we're working with, for example, we're working with more and more people who are indigenous people. And I talked to one of our case managers in preparation for this, and just how you enter somebody's home. You want to be very, very thoughtful. You need to be invited in. Not like we just don't go barging into anybody's home. But in this, there's a real thoughtfulness in how we approach people. Again, our goal is to really look at people as individuals, look at them as people, and what is important.
Yeah, I don't think you can do effective housing without centering people's cultural identity, their life experience. And I think what challenges a undocumented mom with 3 kids face are going to be very different than the challenges and needs that queer trans youth coming out of homelessness are experiencing. And I would say that we live in a community that I think really values that. How we live it, I think, is where we really need to kind of keep pushing ourselves, what that looks like. I would say, too, I'm referencing our housing team. Our housing team is 100% BIPOC, Spanish-speaking, and that is key to our organization's ability to effectively serve and support survivors of color, survivors whose first language is not English. I think in order to attract staff, a workforce that can actually reflect the people we're working with, means that we need to look at how are we doing affordable housing, livable wage for folks who are working in our industries. And I think that, I know that's been a conversation, I know it is a challenge, but we need to be able to reflect the individuals and the families that we're working with, and that means looking at how we're paying people, how we're supporting people who can actually do this work.
Yeah. Yeah, everything that Anne said, 100%. I think that the diversity and inclusivity of the workforce is so key. Net Together, we work with youth and young adults experiencing homelessness, and these are young people that have had a lot of systems involved in their lives. And when you think about the disparities that carry through some of our systems, so the child welfare system, almost 40% of young people who experience homelessness have had some involvement with the foster care system, the child welfare system, and we see a lot of disparities and overrepresentation of families and youth of color in those systems. Also, almost half of young people experiencing homelessness are involved with the criminal legal system. So these disparities carry through to the populations that we see in our programs and in our housing, and our services need to be responsive to that. Especially, there's been a big movement nationally to elevate the conversation around LGBTQ plus youth. So many young people, the impetus for their experience of homelessness is because of their identities. They're alienated from their communities or their families. And so having services that are really able to respond to that and be informed by these experiences are really key. And I think that, the more that we can ask young people how we did and have a real feedback loop, we've learned a ton from saying like, hey, we just had this community event. We tried to incorporate, some of the cultural and identity considerations, which, are always changing with their young people. So they're not shy to tell us what we got right and what we got wrong, and so making sure we're doing that. And then I think peers, young people with lived experience, this is really meaningful to our work, and we're working hard to incorporate some of this with new funding and new approaches there.
So cultural considerations, again, it comes down to person-centered. I've been working with people with disabilities since the 1970s, and we've come far, but we have a lot further to go. It's person-centered choice. They have choices just like you and I do. One thing that we do need to do a better job is to reach out to other cultures. There are certain cultures that really don't ask for help, and we need to engage. We need to engage them. One thing that we've done with IDD mill levy funding that has been such a success this year is we created the first, actually I think in the state, IDD mill levy systems navigation position. This is specifically a systems navigation system person for IDD, brain injury, and autism to enter the different systems that they need to be successful. That could be Imagine, one of the Medicaid waivers. It could be the brain injury waiver, which is very underutilized in Boulder County. And also housing solutions. We're looking at how we also produce housing navigator and residential support specialists for this population. But it really does come down to engagement of the community, early disability identification, and getting people into systems that can ultimately help improve their lives.
Thank you. I have the last formal question. When it comes to supportive housing, what are the opportunities and challenges you face in your areas of expertise, especially or considering a race equity lens?
A lot. There are a lot of challenges. I would say a couple of things. I think one is that it's a community that values collaboration in a way that it would be difficult to find another community that partnered the way that ours does. So thank you for doing that. The Family Resource Center slides were really very telling. The need is continuing to increase. There was an influx, and I think Julia said that things were actually easier during COVID than they are now, and I want to just reiterate that. And we're all older and more tired, so it's a kind of a bad combo. But there was an influx in resources during COVID that the clock has ticked on. It's not, those resources are not going to continue. So the need is trajectorying up. Our resources are not. And I don't, frankly, I don't think that the community, that individual donors are going to be able to fill that gap in the way that ARPA funds or ERAP funds or other funds have. So I think, I think we are looking at a future that is even more challenging and is going to demand that we partner and work more collaboratively than we do even now. Opportunities. It was 35 years ago, Boulder Housing Partners and SPAN partnered on the first transitional housing complex for domestic violence survivors, maybe in the state. These were the last site-based Section 8 funds before a new administration came in and changed all of that. It was visionary. It was a huge risk for Boulder Housing Partners to have such an integrated partnership with a community nonprofit. They managed the building. We did all of the services. We learned a lot over the years, made a lot of mistakes, and had, thankfully, a lot of survivors tell us what those mistakes were. But it's an example of how brave and creative we can be when we face really kind of entrenched problems in our community. And I think now is the time for that. And we're also moving into, I hate to say this, and lunch is here, so I'll speed this up. We're moving into an election year that is going to have dramatic impacts across the board. And some of that is going to be policy changes that we can anticipate. A lot of it is that the available resources are going to get sucked up by campaign ads, honestly. So I was trying to end on a positive note, but it's not bleak, but it really, this is the time that we like put away the ways that we've done things in the past, be willing to do things differently, push the envelope, and to be willing to kind of get in it together in a way that I know that we can.
Yeah, I would just say in terms of, I think the challenges are well established, and in terms of opportunities for our community, thinking about workforce and access when it comes to a racial equity lens. So, how do we have particularly behavioral health care workers that are diverse and have diverse background and lived experiences to work with our population? It's very meaningful. So many young people that we work with, they're on career paths, exploring career paths to work in behavioral health or direct care fields, which gives me a lot of hope. And then the second thing is, as Mike said, if you're not extremely intentional about making opportunities available and targeting populations that have been disproportionately impacted, they're not going to be the ones that end up in the housing units. And so it really takes a community saying to people, we understand that you're eligible for a housing program based on some of the experiences you've had and the systems that you've been involved with in this community. Would it be all right if someone came out and spoke to you about that? And that person who then comes out and speaks to them is someone from their community or has had lived experience as they do. This really helps to get the people that need the supportive services and housing the most into those units, because otherwise it doesn't happen.
Thank you. So I realize that for our advisory council, this is really a major project for this next year. And actually, we decided at our last meeting that we want to do more community education and awareness. That means reaching out to our Boulder County cultural brokers and really expressing what services are offered, because we have to message those services because we need to increase services for those people that are not getting them, but also build trust within certain communities. So that is one thing that we will be looking at this year, is to increase our messaging about the IDD mill levy and increase the messaging about our systems navigator, et cetera, to get people into the appropriate services.
So I was looking at some data from the shelter, and something struck me in that we had 5 exits from homelessness in December. And it looks as though we're heading towards about 25 in January. So why? Same people, same organization, same compassion, same skill set, same structures. The difference was the availability of targeted housing resources and supportive services. We just turned it on. And through a partnership with Element Properties, who stepped forward and developed a new facility over on near 30th and Mapleton, we were able to add 40 units of housing, and that's why. We can do this, and we can make these sort of impacts on a regular basis. We have the structure, we have the principles. We need more funding. We need it to be targeted in a certain way so that we can achieve goals like that. And I think it's really, really important to remember what the difference is between December and January. And that for us to own that, and for the people who really have their hands in the levers of funding to really own that. Because having fidelity to those sorts of outcomes is really, really important. There are lots of distractions in a homeless service area. But I think that the subpopulations that have really seen progress, whether it's veterans or regional subpopulations like Houston, it's, I think what characterizes their success is the word relentless. You have to be relentlessly focused, and you have to make difficult choices within a landscape of limited resources. And I really encourage us all to own that. I'm proud of this community. We collaborate, I think, like none other. I think that other communities should blush at the progress we've made, but we can make more, I think, if we're really, really focused, if we have fidelity, and we make courageous choices that allow for sort of outcomes like the shelter having 25 exits in January.
No? No one else? No. All right. So we have a couple of questions that are more around zoning. I'm going to go ahead and save those. So as Susanna mentioned earlier, if we can't get to all the questions, we will have our panelists who are around the specific topic draft responses, and we will send them out. So I have one. Almost all 2023 LIHTC awards include some type of creative service models included, even for higher income levels. If we don't fund services, the outlook for success in obtaining the most common form of affordable housing funds is looking bleak. How should we, as a region and as a state, move forward to make sure we prioritize funding for supportive services?
I can start. I'll just say, I also just want to mention, like, often we're put in positions where we're all advocates, right, for our population, but it's not lost on me the intersectionality that's represented here on this panel, and that, 30% of the young people we serve have intellectual and developmental disabilities. Many of them have experienced interpersonal violence, either in their homes as children or as young adults. They're often have experienced homelessness as children as well, and struggling with behavioral health challenges. So I just want to say that. And also when we think of services in that way, how do we think about a mill levy for IDD that we have in this community, and knowing that people experiencing homelessness, there's this huge Venn diagram there, and how do we blend those funding sources at the local level? So local government, cities, counties play a big role in coming alongside capital funding. The state has a big piece of this puzzle too. So in Colorado, we have some specific state funding. I know Zach was here and talking about that. That's really targeted toward people experiencing homelessness. And it's increasingly becoming a conversation in the public health sphere. So we have a Department of Public Health here at the state level. So thinking about how do we have some of those advocacy and awareness conversations? And then how do we leverage some of the other resources? What we have here in Colorado is the housing system is kind of trying to shoehorn its funding resources to pay for services, rather than looking at how we can leverage other systems that are meant to pay for services like Medicaid. It has to come up. How do we actually make those connections? And there's work happening there, but I think that's really key when you can get the service funding systems to pay for services and the housing funding systems to pay for housing, because it doesn't work that well when you have services funders trying to fund housing and vice versa.
I'm going to actually jump in on this one. Sorry, Heidi. But I'm lucky enough to work with Supportive Housing Unit here in Boulder County, and always amazed at how much work we do. But years ago, I had a friend tell me that the future of affordable housing is supportive services and supportive housing. I believed him then, I believe him more now. Everywhere we turn, we hear that, whether it's from Department of Housing or DOLA, we hear that over and over. And I do think that the partnerships that we have in Boulder County are incredible. I've worked in other counties, it's not the same. And so we really have the Regional Housing Partnership available to leverage our opportunities even more. And that makes me most excited about the housing work, about increased funding throughout our county and throughout the state. But supportive housing will continue to only grow in terms of the required partnership that we're seeing and being requested from by the state.
I was just going to say, I think we need to be creative. I grew up in Boulder County, and I'm very proud of Boulder County because I'm just very proud at what we've achieved. And I look at, for one thing, I've looked at concierge services for people with IDD, autism, and BI. Gosh, we could use that for seniors. We could use that for many different populations. Also, when I encourage new developments, talk to me. Let's see if we can coordinate, be creative. There's a lot of different populations that could live in community. And I think what we have to do is we have to look at supportive services as a community.
I think more specifically, or most specifically, is in a very real-time sense, we have a deficit in supportive services and supportive service funding. And I think that our partners at the state have expressed pretty clearly that if we can come up with the funding, they'll partner with us. We should leverage that. And we've seen that in a recent application that Shelter has made with DOH that appears to be getting funded. And the advantage we had in a competitive environment is that we were able to offer up tenant supportive services as part of that package. And our partners at the county and the city are constantly hearing this from us, and they've responded, and it's to our advantage, and it's part of the package of progress that we're making. But this is a very real-time issue. I don't think we can overinvest in the suggestion that Medicaid's going to come to our rescue, although I'm hopeful it will, but it'll still be quite a handful of years. And so can we identify the points that can give us competitive advantage in a landscape of limited resources? We know that we do the work really, really well. Let's step forward and fund supportive services so that we can bring additional resources and leverage both capital stack dollars and rental assistance dollars into this community and keep doing the great work we're doing.
I just want to add that the supportive services also could include voucher management. At Mental Health Partners, we have, we're getting close to over 500 housing vouchers, and our limitation is that our capacity is getting more and more limited, and this is such a critical resource that people need. The other point I wanted to make, and it's been said a lot here about the collaboration, I can't tell you how much we collaborate here, because we also, meet with Mike, I used to meet with Mike every week, and I meet with together and all the time, because we have mutual projects. We're part of Bluebird also. So I think the other thing is not just getting the funding, but I want to say from a service provider perspective, we really leverage how we use that funding, meaning that we don't want to duplicate services, we want to complement each other, we want to collaborate with each other to maximize the resources we get.
That was our last question. Can we please do a round of applause for our amazing panelists? We are so fortunate to have such amazing expertise in this county. It is my great pleasure to be the one who has the honor of introducing our keynote speaker. His name is Osvaldo Cabral. We all love to call him Ozzy because that's his nickname. He's a licensed professional counselor and a licensed addictions counselor from the Wirarika tribe. And if there are needs for translation services, please find Susanna over there and we will make sure that you are connected. Apologies. Ozzy is the Director of Clinical Operations for Tribe Recovery Services. That is over Denver, Aurora, Boulder, and now Las Vegas, Nevada. He has worked in the addiction and mental health field since 2002 in various treatment settings, including but not limited to residential, outpatient, domestic violence, sex offense, and community mental health centers. Additional areas of specialization include Spanish-speaking Native populations and trauma work. Ozzy has co-authored and published a curriculum on the integration of dialectical behavioral therapy and is deemed as a national expert in this field. He has been actively involved in wolf and wolf dog advocacy for many years and is the co-founder of the Cuatlachtipeet Wolf Mountain Education Center. I have had the privilege and honor of working with Ozzy for the last 3 years as we've stood up Project Recovery in Boulder County to bring the services and the expertise and the cultural responsiveness that Tribe brings to this community, and have found him to be an amazing thought partner, leader, advocate, and dear friend. So with that, I turn it over to Ozzy.
Hello. No toca Osvaldo Cabral. Wan nohia Ozzy. Tlawal nil pacto kniktonikan wanyam no hunting. Hello, my name is Osvaldo Cabral, also known as Ozzy, and I am happy to be here. In another way, chantewashtea na pechu sapelo, Osvaldo emachiapi na Ozzy, iblushkea wahi. So my name is Osvaldo Cabral, and I'm happy to be here. So I think I just introduced myself in Nahuatl and in Lakota, and I think it's really important to me, it's extremely important to learn the language, to speak the language, to connect to the language. It honors our ancestors who really struggled to bring the culture and the languages, to maintain them and keep them alive and then bring them here today for us, right, their ancestors. So and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the presentation. But first, I just got to say it's really interesting to be here because I'm in recovery. I got clean July 13th of 2000. Yeah. I started using really, really early, the age of 11. I was homeless right around 15 and 16, and I was homeless for many, many years. And then I joined the military, and then I got clean at 28. So it's just kind of this circle, which is kind of a sacred, circles are sacred for us as well, so it's just interesting that I'm here. Next slide. So before I start, I want to do a land acknowledgement, and I'm just going to read it directly from the slide, so just join me in that. The land now known as Boulder County is the ancestral and present-day unceded territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, Eastern Shoshone, and Arapaho peoples. Since time immemorial, many tribal nations lived and thrived along this land. Records of this deep indigenous history exist between peoples in the form of stories, and on the land in the form of place names, objects, quarries, towns, burial grounds, and much more, all of which exist beneath these very buildings, including this one. The people that lived here at the time of colonization were part of a vast network of original peoples, numbering in the tens of millions, who lived on this continent known as Turtle Island, or as my ancestors would say, Anahuac. It is estimated that as many as 90% of the indigenous population, our relatives, perished from violence, disease, starvation, forced removal, and oppression caused by European invaders. This genocide continues today through oppressive policies, police brutality, broken treaties, generational effects of boarding schools, the epidemic of missing and murdered women and children, brute indifference to Native American humanity and sovereignty. Despite these horrors, Native people have resisted, persisted, and endured. Native people are still here. We are still here. We are part of the past, the present, and the future of this land. I want to take a minute to recognize indigenous peoples as the original relatives of the land and water, as well as the plants and animals. We pay our respect to the vibrant, evolving indigenous cultures and communities that continue to persist and thrive across Turtle Island, Anahuac, and we give thanks to the many Native ancestors, family, friends, community members, and elders for all their invaluable contributions to our collective well-being and for the struggles to keep our cultures alive. What was that?
Let's do something about it now. It's great to have it along with the email, but maybe we can do something about it.
Yeah, so hopefully you'll get to work.
With your help.
Yeah, definitely. So next slide. Before we get to present day cultural considerations, I think it's really important to understand the history of Native Americans, to better understand the problems, how we got here, and really understand some of the inherent difficulties that come in working with this population. I'm going to talk a little bit about history. There's no way this is an exhaustive history lesson, or probably not even a good one, but it's just, it's a brief look into the history to just give some perspective, paint the picture, and get some understanding of how history has influenced some of the problems that we face today. But before we go into all that, I just want to ask, what do you all know about Native history? What are some things that kind of have stuck out or really, that you've attached to in regards to Native history? Massacre, yeah. Yep. Yeah. People are going to, oh yeah. Okay. Do you want to say that again? That we'll tell people what to do? Yeah, thank you. Next slide. So again, this is kind of a brief history, introduction, paints the picture of where we're at today. So we'll start with reservations, right? That's a great place to start. So has anyone visited a reservation? And what did you think and what was the purpose of your visit? Just a couple of examples. What was it? Okay. To build infrastructure. Okay. What did you guys think of the reservations? Some of them are nice. Yeah, so reservations, you can go to the next slide. So in 1850, following the removal of natives from their homelands, the government starts restricting tribal members to reservations in the 1850s. And I guess just as a side note, it's interesting, you can see kind of the European influence or kind of them warping who we are, even just by the word tribe. Because tribe comes from the Latin word tribus, which originally refers to the Roman people. You know, we were nations, right? The Lakota Nation, the Dene Nation, the Apache Nation, the Chichimeca, the Tarahumara Nation. We were nations of people. So they changed that. Tribe is a given name, right? We adopted that. So the purpose of the reservations, one, was to clear the land for European colonial expansion, right? Take the land, build on it. The reservations also allowed for for programs that would start Americanizing and civilizing the savages, right? The natives. And then the last part, one of the other purposes was to remove natives from European settlers, right? So they're not in front of you, they're not your neighbors, they're completely gone, they're vanished. So this is kind of like the first NIMBY, right? Not in my backyard. You know, it's really it. And so, but the reservations had some huge consequences. So nations were removed from their original lands, and by the end of the reservation era, most of the Native Americans had been relocated from the eastern half of the US. You know, they've been removed. I was just in Tennessee where the Trail of Tears and all of that went through, and there's no signs, there's no nothing, there's no acknowledgement, there's no reservations, it's just completely gone. And that's really a lot of the eastern US. And then tribal members, because they were removed and moved somewhere else, and then, you know, living in these kind of open air prisons in a sense, they became dependent on the government for food rations and other supplies. So they couldn't hunt, fish, live their way of life like they used to, and the dependency started growing with the federal government. Then the US began to carry out programs to Americanize the nations, right? And they used assimilation tactics like the one we just talked about, dependence on food rations, kidnapping of children, placing them in boarding schools, criminalizing the use of native culture, of traditions, of language, and all of this became very, very common in tribal communities. This just became a way of life. Go ahead, next slide. I'm going to take a quick trip through history. Again, not an exhaustive list, but these are some really, I think, important dates that bring us to today and our problems today. And just to be clear, there's tons of things in the middle of each one of these dates that that promoted genocide, that promoted assimilation, destruction of nations and of people. But again, that's a whole different presentation. So, in 1885, Congress passes the Major Crimes Act, and that secures criminal jurisdiction over Indian country. So this allowed, so before that, tribal nations would deal with criminal behavior from their communities in their own way, according to their own laws, according to their traditions, how they wanted to handle it. So in 1885, the federal government said, now we're going to go ahead and go into the reservations and we'll start policing the reservations and the community members, which, as you can see, causes a lot of problems, right? The natives now faced persecution from the federal government, and concurrently they would face prosecution in 2 jurisdictions, because the tribal government or the tribal council would deal with any criminal behavior, and then they would be tried again in another jurisdiction by the government. So there's so that constitutional prohibition of double jeopardy doesn't exist here, because there are 2 different jurisdictions. When you're dealing with the US and tribal nations, they're 2 separate sovereigns. So now we're seeing double punishment for people in reservations. Then in 1887, this is the Dawes Allotment Act, and this is where now they want to give us citizenship, and in exchange for citizenship, they would take the land, they would make plots, nice little plots, and then this is actually also, I didn't put this on here, but this is kind of that start of the patriarchy in a sense, because Native culture is very matriarchal, right? Our grandmothers, our mothers, they all kind of run the show. And so they would separate the land, fraction it out, make plots, and then they would give the plot to the male of the household. And anything that was left over would be sold to white settlers for colonization. So the tribes fiercely opposed this, right? They didn't want this to happen, and many tribes said, no, we can't do this, but because they knew what it meant for their way of life. They knew it was more of a means to an end, right? And this really severed the community. So it severed the nation. So now we're looking at individualization, where before, we're a people of community. And so now they're individuals rather than tribal members or nation members. And then between 1869 and 1960, this is where the boarding schools started. And does anybody know about boarding schools? What have you guys heard about boarding schools? What's that? Deculturalization, yes. High reported death rates. Yeah. Yeah, so this was a collaboration between the Indian Civilization Act, because we weren't civilized, the peace policy, and several Christian denominations that got together and adopted the Indian boarding school policy. This is a really, really dark history, in regards to Native American history, and there's still a lot of elders out there that experienced a lot of trauma and pain and abuse there. A lot of them don't talk about it, but it's there. So children were being kidnapped and placed in boarding schools where they were supposed to be civilized. Their hair would be cut, they would be beaten if they spoke their language, they would be beaten if they cried for their parents. And I remember talking to one of our female elders, and she said that in boarding school, she really struggled because she would be up at night listening to the young little kids crying for their parents, and there was no help coming. It's just thinking about the halls in those rooms and the sadness and the terror in there is pretty intense. So since then, the boarding schools lasted for quite a long time, 1960. So if you were born in 1960, 63 years old. It's not really that long ago, right? If you were born in 1950, it's 73 years old. So some of our parents, some people in these rooms lived through that, but it was non-existent, right? It was hidden. It was something that was really hidden. But since then, since the boarding schools closed, they've found hundreds of bodies of children underneath the boarding schools, around the boarding schools. The girls would get raped, beaten, abused. Pregnancies would occur. They would kill the pregnant girl. They would kill the babies when they were born, because the nuns, the priests, the workers didn't want their secret to come out, right, and all the abuse to come out. And so there were tons of families that went searching for their children and they weren't found. So the nightmare goes on and on, right, in these boarding schools. And yeah, 1960, make America great again, right? Then in 1950, the voluntary relocation program goes into effect. And this was a way to solve the Indian problem, as the government put it. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide, because I think this is one of the things in history that led to homelessness and some of the problems today. So we'll get back to that. But basically, it was a way to move natives out of reservations. What do I have there next? So the American, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So since the 1800s, natives could not practice their culture, their language, their culture, their belief system. It was illegal. And people would get thrown in jail. They would get thrown in prison for practicing their religious beliefs. And I have quotes around religion because it's not really a religion, it's a way of life, right? It's a connection to Unchimaka, which is Grandmother Earth, or in my language, Tonantzin, which is the Great Mother Earth, and the animal nation, our relatives. So it's not a religion. But natives that wanted to practice would get thrown in jail, prison, they would be beaten, and really the European colonizers kind of destroyed their spiritual core, right? Destroyed their spirit and forced them to detach from the world around them that they lived in balance and harmony with. And our ancestors took these ceremonies and they went underground and they hid them and fear of persecution, and they would do that in hiding. And so that's why I say it's important to know the language and to connect to the culture, because our ancestors really tried to guard these ceremonies to bring them to us, you know. And the sweat, like for example, the sweat lodge. I'm sure people have heard of lodges, right? So lodges are it's a ceremony that's shared throughout all of the native population in all of what is called the Americas, right? Turtle Island or Anahuac. Here, you know, the Lakotas will call it the Inipi, Nicagapi. Down in Mexico, we call them Temazcal. And so it's just a shared culture or ceremony. But they went underground. They kept them alive. And then in 1978, the government now allows natives to practice their beliefs, to use their plant medicine and to use medicine from the animal nation, from Mother Earth. Now they can do that. In 1978, and so just for perspective, Ricola cough drops, which it's a cough drop that the main ingredient is an herb, was invented in 1940. You know, and so many Europeans came here with their own plants and medicine, and then they learned from the natives about different plants and medicines, and they used it, right? Speaking of like the homeopathic ways, which, you know, we know is Boulder. But, you know, so people were practicing this, and they learned from the natives. They used it since, you know, they got here, but it was okay for Europeans to do that, but it was illegal, and it was a punishment. You know, you could get thrown in jail for that. So illegal for natives to do just that. So, you know, we finally get our Freedom of Religion Act in 1978. Was anybody born in 1978, around there? What about 1990? Yeah, born or alive around 1990, right? All of us. Yeah, so basically in our lifetime, we've lived through some criminalization of Native American culture, but it's so, you know, it's that NIMBY, it's in the back, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, you know. And so they get their freedom of religion in 1978. It's still illegal to speak many of the beautiful native languages that are out there. And then finally in 1990, right? 1990, folks, that's just for perspective, Dave Grohl joined Nirvana in 1990. You know, Vanilla Ice's Ice Ice Baby was released in 1990. You know, we can go on about that. But it's crazy to think about that and put that into perspective. Then the government finally in 1990 passes the law that they could speak their language free from criminal persecution. And so by that time, though, when you look at all of the damage that's been done to the native culture since the 1800s, the destruction, the separation, the destruction of family, all of that, it's gone. Yeah, so next slide. And I need to make sure that, oh, jeez, it's 12:39. All right, I'm gonna run through this, I apologize. So I'm gonna go back to the 1950s Voluntary Relocation Act. So Voluntary Relocation Act, the Bureau of Indian Affairs begins this Voluntary Relocation Act. And basically, it's a government tactic to use to encourage natives to leave the reservation and assimilate into cities. It was an urban relocation program. And what happens is the federal government goes into reservations and says, hey, if you leave the reservation, they wanted the land, right? If you leave the reservation, we will get you a one-way ticket to a city, and when you get to the city, you will have housing, you will have education, you'll have a job, you have all these opportunities, right? So many natives said, let's do it. I'm living in poverty here. I mean, basically it was going from rural poverty to urban poverty, but they said, yeah, let's do it. They got them a ticket. Some of them went by themselves, some went with their families, some of them with their kids and elderly parents. They get a one-way ticket, they go to the cities, and then when they get there, there's nothing there for them. There's no housing, there's no education, there's no job, and now you're out there, and sometimes you're out there with your family, right? And so many people wanted to go back to the reservations, but the government said, no, it's a one-way ticket. Don't know what to tell you. And sometimes trying to find a one-way ticket, it's not just one person, it's your kids, it's your parents, right? So now we're seeing all these people out in the cities trying to figure out how to survive and starting really a homeless population. The goal of the Voluntary Relocation Act, goal number 1, move natives to cities. Goal number 2, natives would disappear through assimilation into the white American mainstream. And then goal number 3, once natives disappeared, the government would make tribal land taxable and available for purchase and development. So the vision was that eventually there would be no more BIA, there would be no more tribal governments, no more reservations, and no more Native Americans. That's rough. And the interesting thing is the first 3 cities that participated, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Denver, Colorado, they were shipped here. So now you're kind of getting that idea, right? When you start seeing this destruction, this poverty, this, pushing away into the land with no housing, you're left out on the streets. So let's move to the homeless population today in Boco. Go ahead, next slide. This is just a couple of pictures really quick. It's crazy how it says possession within 30 days. You're getting this land, they're throwing Indians out, possession within 30 days. And when I was talking to Heidi, she mentioned about squatter rights and laws, and it takes like 9 months to get a squatter out of your place. But here, 10 years, 18, it's crazy, And so, yeah, go ahead, next slide. This is just a picture of the boarding schools and what happened to the kids. Go ahead. So, I want to give a huge shout out to Heidi and Sonara. They were awesome. They helped with this. They gave me this data. You guys kick butt. Thank you so much. And I got to give a shout out to the homeless providers that collected this data. You guys are awesome for being out there collecting that, capturing this. And we can't forget the partners and municipal, partners as well. It's a community, right? The luxury of a community. It's a little ironic. Okay. Next slide. All right, so this data was gathered to examine American Indian and Indigenous homeless individuals from 2020 to 2023. And the variables that were analyzed were demographics, which is, gender, age, race, ethnicity, mental health and physical health concerns, and community information like dates, residency, and frequency of homelessness. This data, they hope to understand the homelessness Indigenous population and maybe how to help. You can go to the next slide. So from 2020 to 2023, the total number of homeless individuals was recorded at 4,275. The total amount of American Indian or indigenous individuals who met HUD's definition of homelessness was 237 people, or that was like 6%, that was 6% of the studied population. And just kind of as a side note, the last federal census, which was in 2020, reports that indigenous identifying population in Boco was 1%. So that's quite a representation there. And then individuals here, the data shows that they were between ages 30 and 45, and then closely following between 50 and 60. And so, you know, when you think about that, 30 and 45, that's really living within those laws. 50 and 60, boarding schools, the Voluntary Relocation Act, like all of that, they were living within that time frame. I mean, if you were born, you know, right after the boarding schools, you're still coming out of that generational trauma, right? Destroyed family, destroyed belief systems and cultures. Go ahead. So this graph shows the gender, and compared to other races, ethnicities, indigenous females experienced homelessness at a higher rate. Specifically in 2022, indigenous females reported at 39% compared to 25% of the population. I think this is a very interesting and disturbing data point, because females are in Native culture, females are life givers. They are sacred. They're the veil between the spiritual world and this world, right? They have this power that we don't, as males, don't have. And, you know, I remember my grandmother saying that women are so sacred that men aren't even supposed to correct them. We're not supposed to address them like that. No, it's true, right? Because they have that power. We don't. I know the women are like, yeah, where the hell's that at? You hear that? Yeah, right. But so, and that's why, you know, natives have a lot of respect for their mothers, their elders, their grandmothers. Not only are they life givers and they give life and nurture the child, they also do that within the community. And so a lot of Latino populations are very similar to that, you know? I mean, I know there's this like machismo like stereotype. I've never experienced that, you know? I know that all Mexican males are mama's boys, you know? And you know, it's the truth. And so, you know, we value our women in that, in those cultures, you know, because Mexico, just to say it, is a concept. To say I'm Mexican is to say I'm United Statesan. I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? I'm United Statesan. The people of Mexico have indigenous blood, right? We are Tarahumara, Chichimeca, Olmec, Huichol, Zacatecos, all of those, right? And so we need to remember that and connect to that. We belong here. So without women and that, them taking care of the culture and the people, the culture dies. So I think this is an intervention. This is one point of intervention, is the females, right? To maintain that culture, keep it alive. Go ahead. You can move. All right. I'm trying to go through this. I know my time's running out. So in 2021, the results showed that the largest percentage of disabled individuals were at 86%, following in 2023, it was 77%. And just as a side note, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention found that Native people overall are 50% more likely to have a disability when compared with the national average. So this really kind of falls in line with that. And then on another side note, there's the ACEs, right? The adult, or the Adverse Childhood Effects Screening Tool. And that, you know, talks about mental health issues connected to physical health issues. And the ACEs shows that there's a higher percentage of persons with disability, 36.5%, report higher ACE exposures than those without disabilities. So we're kind of seeing that here, right? They're saying they're disabled, and they can also report higher in several ACE categories, particularly childhood sexual abuse. And then struggling with mental health was deemed the overall main cause of one's homelessness, and then family or personal illness followed closely behind. And indigenous people are more likely to seek help from traditional healers. Traditional healers understand the mind, body, soul, community, and land connection. So it's not just mind, body, and soul connection, right? Like that Western lens. It's mind, body, soul, community, and land. And you know, working with elders is really important. I do a lot of lodges with different communities, and you know, someone will get prescribed a medication, and they'll bring it and put the medication on the altar, right? Just, I guess, trying to like mix in both worlds. But I don't know if you can really do that, you know? So, one thing that I want to say on here is that not all natives want to connect to their culture. So I was working with a Native American who had been chronically homeless, probably 20 years, severe alcoholic, and tried to connect him to some elders, some lodges, ceremonies, and he was very fearful and adamant that he would not participate in any of that. And he said, my mom told us kids that all of that practice was evil, that it was bad, that we should never, ever, ever connect to that. And, you know, thinking about that, his mom was coming from all of that trauma, and she probably wanted to save her kids, right? Don't go by there because you're going to get kidnapped, you're going to get thrown in schools, you're going to get abused. Who the hell knows? And it's similar in the Spanish-speaking population. A lot of people that didn't want to teach their kids Spanish for fear of being ridiculed, of being discriminated against, prejudice. So they, you know, even though Spanish isn't our language, it's our, you know, colonized language, it's still a unification language. You can go to the next slide. So there's this, the data also showed this that substance use increased significantly between the years of 2020 and 2021, 14 and 17% respectively. Yeah, and we all know this, right? That's been there. Next slide, please. So here's the behavioral health concerns. Most individuals who answered the question if behavioral health was a concern noted yes. After 2020, there's been a steady increase over the reported no's. So people are less likely to report a behavioral health concern. You know, there's a different thought process in Native American culture, and I think for what we would say Washichus or Coyotes, which means white people, I think a good book to read is a book called Neither Wolf Nor Dog. Have you guys ever read that? So that really kind of shows the difference in thought between Europeans and the native population. I mean, it really kind of breaks, and it's written by a white guy, which I think is the best book that I've read by a white male that really kind of catches a lot of that. So, all right, next slide. All right, so in 2023, most were categorized as newly homeless, 38%. Big jump from 2022, which was at 8%. And then the type of residence most Native individuals were staying at were emergency shelters or places not meant for human habitation, such as streets or cars. I remember, you know, there's a Four Winds Council. There's a Native American homeless camp out front, or there was. And so I think, you know, it's really trying to find where your people are and connect to that and stay connected there. You can go to the next slide. This is just that breakdown here. Those that identified as indigenous were more likely to report experiencing unsheltered homelessness than those that were not. All right, next slide. So, affordable housing, what can we do? I don't know, folks, good luck, I'm done. No, and yeah, I mean, I need to be done, but what do you think? Does this information kind of help put something into perspective or maybe bring up some interventions, right? And thinking about this generational trauma and this destruction of these people that will be distrustful, right? You go to the next slide. So I think it's important to partner with local organizations. Does anybody know of any organizations in Boulder that work with the Native population and that actually have Native people, other than Heidi, Native people that work there, that are involved? Okay. You know, you have Marty Chase alone has Indian Mountain up here. Yoloteot has Harvest of All First Nations. They put on an awesome corn festival every year in September. So there's people in your backyard, there's lodges in your backyard that are run by natives. So I think it's important to get to know them, and engage communities, engage community leaders, not just go in there and say, here's how we're gonna help you and here's what we're gonna do for you, but really engage them. And sometimes, like I said, it's a different thought process. I've heard people say, well, they're just a little bit slower, or they just don't know what they really want. And that's kind of insulting. It's just a different way of thinking. You've got to let them, run that show because it's their community and they will help. Anybody, and engaging the community. Has anybody ever been to the Denver March Powwow? It's a huge one. The Indian market that happens every year. I think, homeless agencies trying to, talk to that community, setting up a booth, having a discussion with that community is going to give you a lot of ideas and interventions. Getting into the community. You can go to the next slide. Anybody know who that is? That's Heidi's daughter. And then that is one of my animals. Her name is Shoshimit, which means flowered arrow. She's awesome. So yeah, you have Hafen, you have Indian Mountain, and HUD just announced, like 150 million new affordable housing for tribal communities, but the PHAs won't be available because it's tribal communities. This just speaks to collaboration, right? And really getting in there and collaborating with them. Go ahead, you can keep going. This is some of the councils here, and I think it's important to really get to know them. But I think also designing housing that addresses the unique needs of this population, not just this building. I was in a homeless discussion in Denver, and they kept talking about, it seems like it's constantly trying to put people in houses, in apartments, and sometimes the community tells you where they want to live. You go into some of their apartments and they have a tent out there, or their tent, or they don't even go to their apartments, but yet we force them to go there and live there, or this is what we think they need. And they're telling us, and I was telling them, they looked at me like I was a crazy idiot, but I said, there's Dancing Rabbit Eco Village in Missouri. There's all these eco villages, figure out how to make an eco village for them. Have the county come in and pick up the trash. There's other ways to do it than just get them into an apartment, right? So when we're designing housing, you've got to look at that cultural aspect. Areas for traditional healing, events, community areas, everything that they need to really thrive and survive and feel like they're a part of. Not just here's your little independent apartment, your little plot, and now you're going to be okay. There's no reality to that, right? So go ahead, you could go to the next slide. Cultural competence, more education, more training, really understanding the population, understanding the Mexica population, right? The Nahuatl population, because all of these migrants have indigenous blood and they have indigenous practices, right? So we have to honor that and know that. This is a picture over at Cuetlachtepet, Wolf Mountain Education Center, where I live in Bailey. So Cuetlachtli means wolf, Tepet means mountain in our language, so it's just really Wolf Mountain Education Center. He's a really smart guy there. This is the lodge that we use. We have a lot of elders that come from the community. We have a lot of high-risk youth. We have substance use treatment centers. They all come down, they sit with the elders. They'll have lodges. We just had one. We have one almost every weekend. But so, go ahead. So that's kind of a big whirlwind tour of all of that, right? And I hope that kind of gives a little bit more perspective and ideas about interventions and how we need to listen to the community and let the community kind of drive, and then design plans that really fit the culture into this affordable housing space. So. Tribe recovery? Okay. She wants me to talk about tribe recovery homes, services. Tribe recovery started off as sober living homes. I was hired about 3.5 years ago to put together a clinical program, and it just blew up. We work with homeless, DOC population, criminal justice population. I think we do a really, really good job with them because we are them. We work with a lot of diverse populations. We have Medicaid. If they're not on Medicaid, that's fine. We have grants and different things that will help us give them treatment. We have 3 inpatient programs, 2 in Denver, well, 1 in Denver, 1 in Aurora, and 1 in Boulder. And we have outpatient, intensive outpatient, general outpatient, peer support groups, peer support navigation. All of that is Boulder, Denver, Aurora as well. So all of those services are here. MJ is in the back there. She is the clinical director for the Boulder part of that. That's MJ right there. So yeah, if you want more information, come see us. We would be more than happy to give you information on how to get anybody involved or connected to us. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Yes? So how does DBT fit in? Emotion regulation skills. It's just that, emotion regulation, yeah. I mean, we really need, we do that in Tribe. So my integration model that was published by Hazelden is an integration of DBT and 12-step philosophy. And so it really speaks the language. If you're hearing, the language in the recovery community and then DBT has its own language, they don't mesh and one of them is going to fall off. This puts them together and reinforces it. So I think it's super important. Yeah.
Great talk. Thank you so much. Aren't we really here as Volvo? Because, and isn't the violence of the white response to the Native people, the attempt to expunge Native people, isn't it because the colonial settler culture could not accept the idea that land is our common heritage, everyone's common heritage? And that's not just a white idea, that was really a small idea about private property that Henry VIII evolved, and it's told in great, wonderful detail in this History of Land Tenure, Owning the Earth by Andrew Linklater. But I'm wondering what you think about that point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a gift of Native people to say, hey, here's how we live.
Yeah.
And Fred Muscada, last little point, a Southern rapper who was at the Indigenous Peoples Day land, who else was there? I said, hey, what about land back? What's going on with that? He said, we don't want the land back. The land was never ours.
Right.
We're part of a community, and we can talk about co-stewarding everything. So this whole market is just about transferring land away from the people, away from Indian people, away from low-income people, away from homeless people, away from middle-income people now. We're all familiar with that in Boulder and in ski resorts. The land isn't even for anyone but the very richest people. Isn't that a problem? This collision between our values
Yep.
and a market system that just gives the land the highest bidder. Why are we focusing on that? That's my question.
Yeah, well, it's also the doctrine of discovery, right? And manifest destiny. Christ, God gave the Europeans this land to take over, right? And so get rid of the doctrine of discovery. We were here, didn't come from the Bering Strait. There's history is here. There's been studies that we've been here forever. And then manifest destiny, gone. But, the white European culture, the European Americans, because if I'm going to be Mexican American, you guys need to be European Americans. So they have to give something up, and I don't think they want to do that.
We only win. No, it's wrong. We only win.
Right.
By accepting.
Yeah. Right.
It's not giving up, it's getting something.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you.
All right, we're about to go to our next discussion item. which I know everyone in this room has been excited to hear about. All right. Boulder County has had the privilege and fortune of having amazing leadership in our county commissioners and champions in the affordable housing space. We are one of the first in the state, possibly the country, to pass an affordable housing tax. I know that there are many in this room that have been patiently and excitingly waiting to hear about the future of 1B. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Martha Loachman. Oh, and if you have questions, please write them on your note card and Susanna will come get them.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everybody. I was waiting for the walk-on song. Because now what I'm competing with in this conversation about the first sustainable housing fund for affordable and attainable housing as a tax initiative that Boulder County voters generously moved forward in November 2023 is the fact that y'all just had lunch. But I think we're all here for it. So I appreciate you all coming back to sit down to really talk about what does that mean. I want to appreciate all of the speakers, the panelists, the presentations, and our keynote speaker, Osvaldo, who helps me, and I hope helps all of us collectively and collaboratively center the conversation about land use, about land, about resources, about opportunities, about funding, about commitments. And for me, the biggest question of, we all heard it, everybody knows we need funding. And what are we going to do with that funding? And I know that's why a lot of you are still sitting in your seats or came back to your seats. So a couple pieces I want to talk about on 1B. I'm hoping that today we'll have some ideas about the what and also the when. Not the WIN, because we already talked about this as a when, but the timeline and how do we make sure that we use the tax funds that are going to start coming together in 2025 to be effective and efficient and meet the racial equity goals I heard people talking about and meet the different community needs, and also incorporate some of these processes that I heard folks talking about. So what I want to do is focus us, and anybody who had the pleasure of working with me also on the previous 2022 tax measure, the emergency service ballot measure, knows that we have to go back to the ballot resolution language. So if you can imagine for a moment that I had sent the language and it was now a slide in front of you. I was a little busy over the weekend. So here's what I want us to focus on, because a lot of people are calling and emailing and texting and curious about how are we going to spend these funds. So the place to go back to is the bouldercounty.gov website. And you can just type in your search engine 2023 ballot tax measures to help you, your teams, your development partners, the industry folks, everybody who's asking that question when you start these conversations. This tax, the way the ballot resolution is language and what we'll be following, is included but not limited to the costs of development, operation, acquisition, preservation, renovation, maintenance and construction of for sale and rental homes for low and moderate income households and local workforce, supportive housing, services that support housing stability, grants to housing authorities, nonprofit affordable housing providers, and local municipalities. I think we have a room full of all of the folks that are going to be helping us make some decisions about this funding. So I want to focus us there on what the ballot resolution language says, because that is what the funding will be able to do. All other good projects, all other good ideas, still bring them over. But for this particular funding source, this is where we'll be focusing. What I want to talk about also that when we look at housing, when we talk about housing, my belief is that environmental justice is housing. My belief, and we heard it today, is that mental health is housing. Housing is environmental justice, housing is climate justice, housing is climate action. When we talk about these net zero developments, properties, using infill, using less resources, getting on transit-oriented development, and mental health is also, and housing is also a solution for mental health and our behavioral health needs that we have in this community. So we have a huge opportunity here. So what does that mean and what's coming up? Today we were going to try and meet with the Regional Housing Partnership Steering Committee team, and there was all these great panels and presentations, so we didn't want to take away from today. I will be meeting with, and I'd love and appreciate if the staff at Boulder County, who is now part of this committee who will be moving this tax forward from both Housing and Human Services and our county administrator, if those folks would stand or raise your hand, just so folks know that this is not just one lead commissioner, but there's several of you. Where are you? Thank you. These are the folks, and Bill in the back. Thank you all. And this is important because as we start looking as a staff team to start creating a process, there's several of us in different places around the county, and I think that's critical for how we're going to move this work forward. So the plans look like this. I'll be meeting with the same team that you just saw, and the Regional Housing Partnership at the beginning of February. I believe it's next week. It feels like it might be Saturday, but I'm sure it's during the week, so that we can have a conversation that is going to be the question that most folks are asking is, how is that funding going to be allocated? Those of you who've been around Boulder County and helped us pass taxes in the past know that some of that language has been very specific, meaning the categories that I shared just a few minutes ago, X percent, like 25% would be this, or 15% would be that, or et cetera. We did not do that with this tax measure when we were putting it together after voters continued to say housing is a crisis and it's an issue and a concern. We waited until we could get it passed so that now we can work with community members, organizations, stakeholders, and all the folks that you heard detailed in that ballot resolution language to come up with the way that it will be allocated. Will it be a percentage? Will it be a dollar amount? And so that's part of the conversation that we're working with staff on in preparation for that meeting in February. What I want to ask us about, and I heard a couple people talk about it, when we look at the opportunity to create affordable and attainable housing for Boulder County residents, workers, families, individuals, how will we be brave and courageous? How will we do this work differently than what has always been done or what has been tried before? When I hear about community engagement, and staff who knows me has gotten an opportunity to work with me, and those of you who have worked with me in other community projects know I am a big believer in engaging with community members in all sectors of Boulder County, but only if it's going to be in a meaningful way. If only all of us who say that we will engage are going to also be open to being held accountable, who are also going to be open to considering and doing something different and trying something new to get to equitable outcomes for Boulder County residents. And so I ask us all that collectively because it is harmful to go out to community and say we're interested, specifically what I heard today, which were all great examples. It is harmful to go out to the Latino community and say we want to know what your needs are in housing. It's harmful to go out to LGBTQ members and say we're really interested in specific needs for your community or for folks who need access with different abilities in the development projects or in the infill in our cities and towns where Boulder County will continue to support housing if we aren't willing to do it differently. And so I say that in an encouraging way, and my staff is familiar with my style. I am here to encourage us all to use the information that we even heard from our speakers, who are the experts, all these different panelists who come from the different organizations. And so my challenge when we go into our breakout sessions here in a little bit is just that. What are we willing to do to get to outcomes? And I'll remind you from this morning in regards to the American Rescue Plan Act and those funds. And from Boulder County's perspective, our federal government, our current administration, as well as our current leadership at Boulder County believes that race is the largest predictor of outcomes for residents in Boulder County, whether we're talking about climate work, if we're talking about levels of pollution, if we're talking about detriments of commuting, if we're talking about housing stock, affordable issues, living wages. But we're here to focus on how all of those pieces are connected in the opportunities for us to address housing. So we'll meet with the Regional Housing Partnership. We know there's some organizations already that have started some outreach and education, talking about what the ballot measure is offering, and also starting some engagement opportunities to get ideas and thoughts from folks. And so that's going to be one of our asks with the Regional Housing Partnership as well. If we're going to do it in one spot, we should do it in all these different areas with all folks who are really intimately connected to the needs and the users of different types of housing. The other piece that I want to talk about is somebody brought up earlier in regards to representative leadership. And so that, for me, I think is a really great opportunity for us to think about for the teams that will be going out with the Regional Housing Partnership and new folks that join in this work to make sure that we are using all of these different, as described as lenses, when we consider what are the needs, the demographic data, the reports that have come out, the different data and reports that people shared today. I won't be an advocate for another study. And I hope that everybody feels the same way in here, like, yeah. I think our residents have been testaments to what the need is. I think as a local government, I'm proud to be part of a team who's responded by saying, okay, yes, we need funding, and I heard it again today. And so what I'm hoping that we can talk about today is getting to true solutions and what are we committed to do and how can we get to a timeline so that we can respond to Boulder County, because right now the tax initiative is for 15 years. So I'm really anxious to see what this group together and other partners who weren't able to make it today will commit to transform lives in the realm of housing in the next 15 years in Boulder County. So with that, there are some note cards coming up, so I know folks have some questions. And then when I'm finished here, we will be moving into breakout sessions where I'm hopeful. I'm feeling really positive today that we're going to come to some changes for all of us and some work that we can commit to.
Okay, so we have one question, and you kind of spoke to this already, but will there be technical resources to review draft proposals for innovative or unconventional ideas?
So this is my thought, and I got a note earlier today. Remember, no decisions have been made. This is my thought right now, just as the lead for the County Commissioner's Office on this project with our staff. Similar to a couple of the recent tax measures advisory committees, commissions that have come through the office in the last 3 years. That will be part of the conversation that we'll be talking with the Regional Housing Partnership, i.e., is the Regional Housing Partnership the group, the committee that could help give recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners in regards to this funding? Similar to like our Parks and Open Space Advisory Committee, or we have 34 committees. So could we use a format that's similar to that? Or could we use a community group like Regional Housing Partnership that already exists and that has expertise? I'm not super interested, and I feel like collectively we agreed we may not want to form another group because most likely y'all are gonna be going to all the same groups. Or a very high proportion of the same people. So how can we use folks' time wisely? And when we talk about technical resources, our staff is ready and committed to move forward with this tax in a way that's going to be most effective. So I believe we'll have technical resources. Was there another question?
Maybe you can speak to a little bit about how affordable developments or physical development and how funding would be tied to an actual development project.
So here's, and you're right, one of those, we call them in this world buckets. One of the buckets that I already talked about in the language is about development. And when we talk about development, we're talking about all of the process pieces. So it's the permitting and the zoning and the entitlements. Any of you who've worked through either on your own personal property or you work with city or towns or the county in a process, you know that there's these different steps of development and development costs. The staff who are there reviewing any kinds of text amendment changes. I heard someone talking earlier about what about zoning changes. There will be legislation, I believe, this session at our state capitol that might change the way. Somebody asked about ADUs, what does that look like, and these other opportunities. And so some of it might be state dictated, and then some of the actual development costs, those are the ones that we're talking about specifically. And our housing, I've talked to a few people already this morning that are with housing authorities who are really interested in being that developer as a local developer versus a private developer. I think that might be a little bit about where these questions are. So do we want our local housing authorities to be the ones to pay those costs, or do we want to have private developer partners pay those costs? And what does that mean for our consumers? Any other questions? I got to tell you, I was expecting a whole lot more questions about 1B. I see a couple of hands up there. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying I'm surprised. There were 3 hands up, and I'm going to have somebody else help. Go ahead.
Spanish speakers or people who have, unique needs that maybe aren't currently living here? How do we engage them in the process?
So it sounds like the full question was just about how different partners, county, maybe the housing authorities, et cetera, are going to engage different potential users of the actual housing units. Okay. So similarly, again, this is my thought so far and some of the initial conversations I've had with staff about the commitment to engage community. During this ballot measure process, we were all over the place. I met with most of the city councils. My colleagues met with other city councils, town councils, mayors to hear some of the different pieces because it's true. The housing needs in Lyons that was decimated by a flood in 2013 and affordable housing is different than, let's say, Lafayette or Longmont or Boulder, right? Same with all big issues, but housing is the same. And so we have gone out and we've started collecting a lot of that information. Staff has been reviewing that. And again, I know there's, Together Colorado is hosting a session coming up to start working on that community engagement and getting ideas. And then once we meet with the Regional Housing Partnership, that'll be part of the discussion is how each one of the members are going to or planning to meet with different sectors of the community to bring back that information about the housing needs. This is a new one? Okay, so there's another one here. In regards to geographical equity, how to entice builders to build or complete projects in the western part of Boulder County. We often cannot build the number of units, projects that developers and funders want as a minimum. The question around geographical equity in the tax measure, when we were actually on the campaign issue, just out talking to folks, everyone's asking that question. And I feel really good about Boulder County Housing Authority when we look at the 900 units that we do have right now, just from my purview, about that geographical distribution and listening to community needs. I had somebody grab me earlier this morning to talk about a potential new project in Superior. We knew there was one previously that was really focused around transit-oriented development that I believe is going to get a lot of support at some point from our current governor, and land use bills that are coming up. So all of those ideas, I think this is an important piece. We are not going out telling anybody in the community, any geographical sector or otherwise, that a housing project should happen here. Our folks are already busy. But a lot of you as partners are starting to work on that, and so just even hearing, hey, we're thinking about this right now, those asks in a process, once this group can come together and say, okay, here's how we're gonna go find out what folks need, and then we will put together a process that looks like an actual application. Our attorneys are already working on that, what would that look like once we determine the amount of funding that's going to go in these different areas or how it'll be allocated. So that application process, I think, is probably what a lot of you are actually interested in. And then that application process will announce the same way we have and do with all of our funding distribution, so that people know what's that timeline, how will it be reviewed, is there going to be any criteria? Somebody else asked a question earlier about, for example, would a criteria be you have funding or you've received funding from Prop 123, and so then this would allow you to get, we haven't decided those details, but all of those ideas so that we can get to the most equitable outcomes in housing and equitable geographically, racially, for all the different other needs that need to be met and all the other considerations in actual construction or infill or rehabilitation or renovation that we need to consider. Oh, was there another one? Okay, question, carrots and sticks for landlords. Not rent control, but something to prioritize housing stability over profits. And I saw it on the slide, and I mentioned it really briefly in some work that we have been doing with current funding and programming in regards to what was addressed by somebody else earlier. The large percent of Boulder County residents, the large percent of Boulder County workers who are renters. We need our landlords. It's a step of the housing continuum. I heard somebody, I believe it was Alberto Mendoza, who talked about the need for prioritizing home ownership to build generational wealth and to change outcomes for community members. I am 100% in agreement with that. And we do need our landlords, but one of the programs that exists right now, whether or not we use this funding to enhance or do more with that, I don't know. But the mediation services that happen at City of Longmont, the landlord-tenant work that Susan Spalding, who was here earlier, leads, the different eviction programs that happen along with those mediations are some of those that happen for landlords. Some of this is a little more philosophical versus where will the funds go, which I think is what we're focusing on right now. Next question.
You guys want me to ask you? Sure.
I think we have maybe one more question.
Can you talk about how municipalities like Longmont or Erie, who occupy more than one county, what access would look like for them to some 1B funding? And the example is Erie has a development of 50 yards outside of Boulder County and Weld County, and it will, of course, benefit current and future residents.
Thank you. And I believe I heard this question when I was at the town of Erie City Council when we were out just working on the campaign. So I won't be making a decision right now, but that group of people who are going to be sitting together are going to have to really look at some of these tough questions, because Erie is in a unique situation. We're, of course, huge fans of the Boulder County side of Erie, and we're great neighbors to the Weld County side of Erie. And what does that mean for funding? And that group that gets put together that's going to ultimately be an advisory committee and create recommendations and review applications is going to have to make a decision if that is a piece of that criteria, if that would in any way be a tiered option or otherwise. So more to come on that question. It's important.
Okay, we'll do this last question. It's a good one. Do we know how much affordable housing is being constrained by land use policies, planning areas, density restrictions, et cetera?
Where are my land use colleagues? They're at the office. Is there really somebody here that could talk about it? Robin? Go ahead, you can give a quick. There you Yes, yes. So I don't have a percentage of Boulder County permits or anything in process right now that's being held up by a land use question, but I'm happy to investigate that, whoever asked the question. And you can grab me and I can get your card if I can give you my card and respond to.
Yeah, I just want to add that that is a really great question. I think that's something that the Regional Housing Partnership can probably dive into and look at a larger scale. I think we have really good data on the municipalities, especially the larger ones, but we can definitely look at what that means exactly for unincorporated Boulder County as well as just as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. Everybody, this next piece I'm really excited about, and I'm glad people have been able to make the commitment. This is a long day and it's important, and I also know how Monday feels typically for everybody with your email boxes and your meetings and all those good things. So we really do appreciate you jumping into this next conversation. I would encourage you all to be in conversation and really challenge each other. Because typically, especially if you've been in government for a while, or even at your organization for a while, it's like, these are the things I keep hearing. What have we not considered? And who are the people in your group that maybe are a little quieter, but probably have some really great ideas? They're here. So how do we maybe step back a little bit and challenge each other to really bring everybody into the conversation, especially in breakout rooms? Because y'all have been sitting for a while. So thank you so much. I'm excited about this work. And again, thank you to the Housing Human Services and the team of staff at Boulder County who are committed to move this tax funding forward transparently and for the better of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are starting to hang up signs around the room, so we're gonna now divide up into different jurisdictions so we can collect some information for you. And I'm going to invite Bill Cole, who's been behind the scenes all day, but has not been behind the scenes on putting this housing summit together. I can't thank Bill enough. He really led the work from day one. And I'm sure he's looking forward to today being over. But Bill's done a really great job of just coordinating everything logistically, and he's gonna lead the next section. We're gonna have some questions and prompts for you, but start paying attention to the signs around the room.
Thank you, Susanna. First, a couple thank yous. Thank you for everyone attending today. It is a long day, and I appreciate you hanging in there and listening. And now, done listening, now you're gonna start talking and discussing with your community members, and so that's what's next. I also want to thank everyone who showed up early this morning to help set up. Very much appreciate that. It looked great, and I do appreciate all of that work. So, excuse me, in your packet, I think it was on the left side, last piece of paper, we have a list of communities. There are signs around the room. So we want you to kind of get into your communities and talk about your particular community. City of Boulder is going to be right in the middle of the room. My understanding is like that's where they like to be, in the middle of the room. Anyway, please get together in the communities. We have questions that we already put together in the packet. I will put those on the screen as well, but also respond to Commissioner Locheman's request and what she was just asking you to do as well in that conversation. We would like somebody to kind of take notes and report out, and we're looking at doing that at about 3:15. So you've got over an hour to have this conversation. So please take your time, please do a thorough conversation, but have someone take notes, report out for 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll wrap up after that with the report outs and the wrap up of the day. So thank you again for being here today.
And we encourage all the nonprofit staff to divide up if you cross multiple jurisdictions or county staff as well. So just go to whatever city, maybe it's where you live and that's where you want to give feedback. So whatever feels right.
And if you need to move tables together, please feel free to do that to make the space. Thank you.
All right, then I'm gonna, what do I need here? Hi everyone, I'm Molly O'Donnell. I'm the housing director for the city of Longmont. So we got the Longmont corner over here. We're kind of dispersed around. First, I want to say thanks to everybody for all the great input and ideas that they gave to us over here in this corner. We kind of framed this out as what is our problem, and what are we doing well, and what do we need to do better at, or need partnerships from our regional partners in here to do well in the future. So really, I think Longmont, I don't know if anybody would dispute this, but Longmont for decades has been the default affordable housing provider for the county. We have a lot of naturally occurring older housing stock, and we've just been the most affordable for a very long time. We also have a very diverse population, especially for Boulder County as a whole. And really what we need to do is balance that acknowledgement, acknowledge the fact that that has been Longmont's history, but also that it needs to be properly resourced to support those people that are living in our community and have lower incomes and need housing supports. But also share the responsibility with the rest of our regional partners to make sure that we are all carrying the load and committing to building and supporting affordable housing going forward, so that it is balanced and we can really work, or people can live and work in Boulder County and move around. Also acknowledging that that's changing. It's been changing for several years. Longmont is now in the position where people are leaving Longmont because it's too expensive. We have employees living far north and east to be able to work in Longmont, and so the problem is just expanding and moving. So we really want to acknowledge that and plan for it. Part of this is how do we know this? We have a housing needs assessment that shows us that we have a significant part of our population that earns below 50% of their 50% of the area median income. That's where our severe housing gaps are in terms of unit generation. We also know that about half of the voucher holders in Boulder County, that's across Boulder County Housing Authority and Boulder Housing Partners, their voucher holders live in Longmont as well. And that's got some cascading effects that we're trying to navigate now too. How do we plan for the future in that regard? So, what do we do well? What have we done well for a long time? What are we working on right now that's really working? Unit generation. We feel very strong in our unit generation. We have about 600 units that are in our very active pipeline in the next couple of years. And then we have land banked to come in behind that as well. But because we are a small staff for our size of population, we are not self-performing all of our developments. We really reach out to partners, both of our nonprofit partners and also development partners. Say, we will plan this development with you, we will resource it with you, you are the experts in building, go do it. And I think that's really made our unit generation capacity exponential, and it's a model that's really working well for us. We think that our city council is bold. They've been supporters of affordable housing for a very long time. They're not afraid to make cutting edge programs. They're not afraid of risk, prudent risk. That's something that really enables us to succeed and is super appreciated. On the city side, we have a lot of very integrated city operations where our planning group works with our housing group, works with public works. We're all working together on that horizontal level to recognize our housing problem and find innovative solutions for making sure that that if we're not doing one thing over here and then it's undermined in another way that was unexpected. We're really trying to plan ahead for all of that. With some feedback we had is on the planning side, that our land use policies are favorable for affordable housing, and that we really do work the supply side of the market, trying to make sure if we don't have the supply, then it doesn't matter. You can't help anybody unless you have somewhere for them to go. So working with that builder, seeing the whole picture, and working on that, understanding the developments and what are the drivers. I think there's a lot more. We're very proud. And for sale product, that's right. So one thing that our group talked about a lot is that it's common across the county, where it's really difficult for anybody to get started in the market. Starter homes are not really a thing anymore, and of course, starter homes these days are almost have to be attached product of some sort. And we have some developers that have made townhomes in Longmont for decades, and they are saying this is our last one. We will not touch it with a 10-foot pole again. And without that, without cracking that egg, we're not going to create home ownership opportunities, which really drives down to, yes, that's a development and a legal and an insurance thing. It's kind of lofty, but if you bring it down, that means we don't have people doing starter homes or people that want to downsize. And then that means we then have a wealth generation issue, and that means we have an equity issue, and it drives all the way to the bottom. So really thinking about the whole system and trying to solve that going forward. Construction defect law is something we think that the region should, we're moving into what we need. I think that, well, I should say we as a group think that construction defect law needs to be something that we talk about together and approach the state together to try and affect change, because it's only getting worse. We will have no new townhomes built unless we start to address this, or condos. We're plugging. We've got a really great project coming. So 185 units, our council just decided last Tuesday to enter into a development agreement with a private developer. Well, we will do over 16 acres of deed restricted, affordable, and middle income restricted for sale housing. It's gonna be 185 units. 55 will be permanently deed restricted as affordable for below 80% AMI, and then we have something that is truly unique. I really recommend you watch a council video if you're interested, because all of us kind of do that, have interest. But a unique rolling deed restriction for the middle income units to balance helping as many people as we can with city resources, but also allowing for wealth generation so people can graduate out and enter the market. So that'll be, we got 55 of those, approximately 80 of those middle income units. So look for that to come later in 24. It's something we're really proud of. And it was a massive effort to build an attainable fee waiver program to go with it. Okay, I've talked a lot. We done?
Thank you.
Things we need. Construction defect laws, looking at HOAs, being more transparent and talking about methamphetamine contamintation, tenant equity vehicles. It could go on. I will pause.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Molly. All right, who's City of Boulder report out?
Thanks. I'm Eve Nath. I'm in affordable housing development at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless in Denver, but I live in Boulder County. Some takeaways and creative ideas that our group had. Well, zoning and land use are in conflict with affordable housing values. We should set our zoning default to reflect the affordable housing that we need. For instance, 4+ stories should be encouraged. We need to enforce consumer protections like eviction prevention assistance and loan assistance to undocumented immigrants who are subject to predatory lenders. We need more funding, gap funding. I think everybody would say that. Some ideas for funding sources include re-legalize transfer tax, follow Los Angeles and Houston in having a mansion fee, and take 5,000 old single-family houses and put them under community land trusts, and when they turn over, turn them into multifamily affordable housing developments. What else? Some creative ideas that we came up with, incentivize people to not drive cars so then we won't need so many parking lots and we can convert the parking lot land into housing developments. Incentivize employers to provide workforce housing. Try using vacant commercial space for emergency housing. Encourage more co-housing developments. And remember that funding sources should not only be allocated towards future developments, but to maintain existing developments in good shape. We had a lot more. Since 2017, the city of Boulder has depopulated. We have seen success with the land bank off of Valmont and Ponderosa. We have the Tantra and Nest developments near Table Mesa. That's really what I have. Preservation, thank you. Anyone else want to add anything from our group? Okay.
All right, thank you. Let's do Broomfield next.
Hi, everyone. Sharon with Broomfield. We have our Broomfield Housing Alliance and Broomfield Housing Division here. And since 2017, we've done a lot, and I'm really happy. And we've been kind of late to the game, but with all of our neighbors being incredible inspiration, we're hopefully quickly catching up. We established the Independent Housing Authority in 2021. We created, last week at the city council meeting, I think was monumental for housing in Broomfield. We had a down payment assistance program that was passed. Woohoo! We also expanded our partial property tax refund program for seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. Last year we had it for 60% at AMI, and this year and beyond we're going up to 80% AMI. Kudos to Broomfield Housing Alliance for the Grove at Cottonwood, which is a 40-unit, a 40-unit for IDD specific population. The consortium was able to use home ARPA funds to fill in one of those gaps at least. We updated our housing needs assessment, where what we recognized is that we have people who are 80% AMI who are cost burdened renting. We have a forum that our collective partners in the community have been working together for over a year at this point to find out who we're serving, how much money is going where, to what population, and figuring out. We're at the last stages, hopefully in the next 6 months, we find out where the gaps are and how we go to our city council and share that data and humbly request and share that without the support of general funds, we cannot truly successfully address a lot of the issues. We also have a inclusionary housing ordinance. So we've done quite a number of things that we're very proud of. We also know that we have a long way to go. We want to work regionally. We do want to bring, we want to show up to the potluck and share our dishes and be able to just come to the table and participate financially the way our neighbors do. So I think that's how we can move forward regionally and without losing our own identity, kind of be a part of a regional approach that works for the specific needs of our community.
Thank you. Lafayette?
Hi, I'm Anne Marie, resident of Lafayette, and we brainstormed a lot of stuff, talked about what's currently going on, and we really focused on what were the most immediate things we could do to help achieve our 12% goal quickly. and we synthesize those down. And the first is we're in the process of updating our code and looking at it with an eye for what are the things within the code that prevent housing from being built. Additionally, as we were brainstorming, we thought, and this was kind of a new thought to everybody there, is are there things in the code that keep supportive services, as we heard today, from being delivered in addition to housing being built? So we kind of added that to the staff's attention, and I think the light bulb went off while we were talking. Lafayette does not have an inclusionary housing ordinance. What it has instead is a residential and commercial linkage fee, which is among the lowest I've ever seen. It's only $1 a square foot. So looking at changing the fee structure and what the attorneys think is needed to justify changing the fee structure is a high priority for Lafayette so that we can get more money into the system. Lafayette does not currently have, aside from the planners, a housing staff person specific to housing. We don't have our own housing authority, and so currently there is a job announcement out about hiring a staff person, and one of the things that staff person would be tasked to doing is looking at improving partnerships throughout the region and working with other communities, particularly what can be done in compliance, to ensure that I think it was about 20-some units currently exist in Lafayette that are deed restricted affordable. How can we stay in compliance with that and improving partnerships? Applying for, Lafayette has not yet applied for, though they've been approved, they haven't applied for any 123 money with a specific project. So that is one of the things they're looking at doing, and 1B funds as well. And then we have a housing plan, but it's not prioritized. It doesn't say what are needed first. And one of the things we talked about is there is a small amount in the older part of town of naturally occurring affordable housing that's mostly old and run down and some mobile homes. And the question is, could we engage quickly with 123 or 1B funds to try and purchase some of those to create more dispersed housing? Because we have Willoughby Corner going in, which is a centralized location of housing, but we don't really have a plan right now for dispersed housing. And so could we use some of those funds to try and purchase some of the older homes quickly before they're gone? And I think that is, the other thing we talked about is in terms of measurable results is looking at the McKinney-Vento numbers for the schools that are in Lafayette, after we do these things that are in our plan and seeing if we make the numbers go down. And that was sort of our measure of accountability. And then one other thing we looked at is seniors. And I know Boulder has done a lot in co-housing and co-ops and looking at, how we might incentivize new models of development that were more creative as also part of our potential. If we had more money, what would we do with it? That incentivizing creativity and new models were one of the other things we talked about.
Thank you. Let's just go right next door, Lions and Netherland.
Hello, I'm Katrina Harms, Housing, Peak to Peak Housing and Human Services Alliance, and I'm speaking for Lions and Netherland. We work as a region, Gilpin County, Netherland, and Lions. Netherland just finished their housing study. Lions is, well, we're done. Lions is almost done, and Gilpin is starting. So we're all kind of sharing information and ideas. Lions and Netherland have both made changes to their land use code to help encourage development, and I know Netherland has dedicated staff to look at housing and all of the things that they're doing. And the Peak to Peak Housing and Human Services Alliance has a housing work group that's doing really, really well in research and coordinating and supporting the whole housing initiatives. Since the 2017 summit, nobody really was around or is still around that made those decisions. We have accomplished a lot in that we have a lot of housing, but it's not necessarily affording, but we do have some new houses. And we have some very large houses. We have, I think one of our biggest challenges moving forward is when can we start to prioritize our community members being able to live and work in our community? We're restricted by what we can do with some of our stuff, and it would be nice to not see our families and our hardworking individuals have to leave because they don't qualify for the available housing. What else, you guys? Did I get it? I wish we had a lot of stuff like y'all to report back on, but maybe in a couple of years we'll be where everybody else is and finishing and completing stuff, and we're definitely working on it.
Thank you. Erie and Superior.
Good afternoon. I'm Emily Bear. I'm a council member in the town of Erie. And some of the takeaways from today is that Erie has the ability to address growth and to do it intentionally with an eye to addressing historical disparities and opportunity for equity, because we do have growth happening in our community. And Superior echoed this next point that working with the solutions that are available through funding and partnering with nonprofits and others is a priority. What have we done? Superior has figured out permitting. Because of the Marshall Fire, they really had to do it. They tore that down and built it back up. So they have expedited permitting processes. And they've opted into Prop 123. And they have an inclusionary housing policy ordinance. It's an actual ordinance, you guys. And so I hear that Erie we are developing our hopeful, okay, I have to get the legal language right. We're exploring our inclusionary housing policy mirrored on yours, so thank you for that work. In the town of Erie, the town has purchased land. We are actively trying to develop our own affordable housing project and working with regional partners. Some things that we've learned is that, and Erie has also, what was our permitting process called? We have a fast track permitting process for affordable housing developments. Metro districts are a huge hindrance to affordable housing, and they have unregulated costs. And so that's a problem that we are addressing in Erie. One of the things that we've done is to include in our new Metro District policy is that there is a requirement that you meet affordable housing if you would like to have a Metro District in our town. Let's see, other things that we took away from this morning were development versus redevelopment. The town of Erie and the town of Superior are facing very different concerns. The town of Erie is developing rapidly, and the town of Superior is recovering and coming to the end of their development. So it was very interesting to talk about our different challenges. We also recognize that it is very important to center the racial component of this conversation and tell the truth about the inequities and disparities in our communities, and change policy to actually address those inequities. And the town of Erie is committed to that. Since 2017, what have we done? Superior has adopted their inclusionary housing policy, and we have both opted into Prop 123. We have our development going on in Erie, and in Erie we've also created an affordable housing department, and staff is here today, and I appreciate you giving your whole day to this. And let's see, affordable housing requirement also in annexation, if you'd like to annex into the town. We have a lot of unincorporated county land around us. And how can the regional housing partnership support Erie and Superior? First, we really appreciate this regional partnership and feel like this is such a benefit to all of us to have this kind of conversation where we're working together. We are so excited for the city of Lafayette and for Broomfield, for our neighbors who are tackling affordable housing and root for their projects and want to support those and advocate for transit as we're at different tables and things. But municipalities need help from the Regional Housing Partnership, talking to metro districts and developers, supporting and communicating the importance of affordable housing. We definitely feel like when we were at those tables with the developers that they gang up on us, and it would be great to have sort of better communication with them and more support regionally, and just continue to collaborate regionally. And then nonprofit and organizational support for towns wanting to educate residents on the importance of affordable housing and connection for municipalities to those resources would be very beneficial. And so that's what we have out of our little corner of Colorado.
Thank you. Louisville, is Sama here still? Okay. All right. So that leaves Boulder County.
Hi, I'm Gwen Mossman. I'm the Supportive Housing Unit Manager for Boulder County. And some of the things we talked about, things that are going well, things that we do well, I think is to serve as the hub that kind of fosters the collaboration between our community partners. I look around this group and I'm really, really proud at the level of connection that we see and the web of connections that are present in this room. And I think that it's held up as a model throughout the metro area and even the nation, the level of collaboration we have here. And even at that, things that we can do better within that are really to foster even tighter connections. And that's by inventorying the resources that we already have and making sure that those of us that have pieces of those resources are working more closely together. You know, just in our little Boulder County group, we identified senior services and also our mobile home park initiatives where, you know, we aren't working lockstep together to make sure that the resources that I have are getting over there, or vice versa. So that's one piece, and it's just an efficiency piece, that if we're gonna get all this money into the community, we need to make sure that the resources that we already have are being used as efficiency and responsibly as possible. I know Commissioner Loachman said no new studies, but one thing that we, and this is, it's more of a takeoff of this, but really there is still a need to take the information that we do have and apply it to the housing continuum to make sure that we really have identified the gaps and the needs in our system, both housing-wise and communities that are not being served well under our current system. So no new studies, but the information is there, and we don't have a consolidated plan really as to where we really need to focus our resources if we have to look at the money that's coming in through a scarcity lens. So that will be probably our, I mean, it's the biggest challenge, because I think one thing we talked about is that, and this today pointed it out, there's a lot of need. And there's a lot of need at the same time. I like to say that, you know, we heard from the rental assistance or the FRCs on the rental assistance track. And then we've got the home ownership and the housing development track, right? And we're running down the same, you know, we're running down parallel together. So we can't go all in on home ownership and new property development and forget this rental assistance piece over here, because that's real. And that is a piece of our community where the need is growing, you know, and we're not going to be able to build our way out of the need here. So it really is quantifying where that need lies and how we're going to allocate the resources that are coming into the community. And, you know, by this identifying, this quantifying our needs, you know, hopefully that leads to the policy change for more rapid development, maybe more focus on tenant rights, and educational opportunities for the public. I think there's still a huge space for that, in both simplifying the information of programs that are available to the publics and how we get that information out, but also getting broader policy information out to the public in a way that makes people understand that this is everybody in your community, is how connected we are. Susanna, you took notes. I don't know where you are. Did I miss anything, or? No. Oh, there you are. Yeah, and really also working together to kind of see if we can network the various funding sources more closely together. You know, we have the IDD meal levy, we have 1B, we have 123 coming in, we have HUD funding, you know, projects that we work with, and there's a lot of little pockets, and sometimes it's just the way the funding comes in, it's really hard to connect. And sometimes when we do connect it, I'm just thinking of the bridge housing funding that we all got together to collaborate on. It's hard just even come up with a program that meets all the restrictions we're under to actually start spending that money. So there's pieces that are challenging, but it's really connecting all these little pockets too, and making sure that we're just building strong communities as creatively as possible. Did you guys, we had a big enough group, we had to kind of divide and conquer. Yeah? Anybody else from the county? Oh, yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that our little subgroup talked about a lot was really the politicalization of housing and how there's a big need to get on board with everybody agreeing that housing is needed, and how can we detract from the NIMBY voice. And one of the big things is coalitions in support of housing. We know that the majority of people who are going to directly benefit from affordable housing are not able to come to council meetings. They're not able to come to coffee with the town board. They're not able to come to commissioner meetings at night. They're working 2 jobs. They don't have childcare. They need to be home. They're a single parent. And these people are highly underrepresented when it comes to community engagement and speaking out. And so we need to come together to create a group that will support these folks and get their voice heard. And whether that's through partnerships within the Regional Housing Partnership, a subcommittee, or a group like YIMBY Action, which is a national group of Yes in My Backyard for all housing types. We need to do something to get these people's voices heard, because the only thing that's going to combat the people who are out there saying not in my backyard are the people saying I need this. And we also have to recognize that some of those people don't want to speak up. This is their community. They don't want to be ostracized. They don't want to be embarrassed. And so having people who won't even benefit from affordable housing out there speaking in support, because we know how important it is to our economics, to our development, to our mental health, to our DEI initiatives. It's incredibly important. It's the basis of all of our health. So that's just one of the big things we talked about. Anybody else want to say anything?
Thanks, Gwen and Lauren. One more housekeeping. If you want to take the centerpiece, the jar, and the flowers, please feel free to do that. So MJ Adams is next, and she is the Affordable Housing Manager for the town of Erie. And so she's going to wrap things up for us here, and we're almost done.
Thank you. I'm MJ Adams, and Bill, I'm not going to wrap things off. I'm going to kick things off because you guys have been doing hard work. You started back in 2017 when you said, hey, 12% sounds like a good number. Let's shoot for it. And I'll share with you that slightly more than a year ago, my daughter said, hey, Ma, you should move to Colorado. You should live someplace other than Massachusetts before you retire. And it sounded pretty interesting. So I started doing a little research and saw what was going on out here in Colorado. I've worked in affordable housing in Massachusetts for 35 years. And I was like, wow, they're in a really interesting space out there right now. And somehow the town of Erie's advertisement found its way to my computer. And so I started looking more specifically. And then I happened onto this thing called the Boulder County Regional Housing Partnership. And I was like, wow. And I was pretty blown away by what I saw already laid out. And I said, great, here's a region who gets it, that we are a regional housing market. This is a regional housing market. It is not a town of Erie housing market or a city of Boulder housing market. We are a regional housing market, and people are raising their hands and saying, yeah, we realize that. We're going to work as a region, and we are also going to set some goals for ourselves. So it was just magical in my mind. And then I got to Erie, and they're pretty magic too. They know that already. So everyone in this room has a housing story. Y'all live someplace. I hope y'all live someplace. And you all know that it changed over the course of your lifetime, from when you were a child to when you became a young adult to where you are now in life. And I think we heard Alberto's story this morning about he's a homeowner now because with the work he chose to do, the good, noble, nonprofit work he chose to do, and wanting to be a homeowner, his only way in the door at that point was habitat. And that's a pretty critical piece because once you get your foot, the American dream of homeownership still is a very powerful dream. And we are in danger of killing that dream for the next generations if we don't get our arms around this. So the interesting thing is that when I'm talking with people about their housing story, they usually wrap up by saying, you know, if I didn't have a house now, there's no way I'd be able to get this house that I own. And I say, boy, do you hear yourself saying that? And think about your story and think about people who are trying to get into the housing market, either as renters or as homeowners, and what they want for themselves and their families. And why are we not making sure that this isn't a higher priority? Why aren't we putting this as at the top of the list? Because it is such an important thing for people to be able to achieve that. And the thing is that you don't become a good homeowner. You don't step into home ownership until you've been a successful renter. And we're not only just squeezing the home ownership opportunities, we are also, you can see by the numbers this morning, really making it difficult for people to be successful renters by virtue of how much of their income they have to pay towards rent every month. But as I said, you know, that we are looking to really try to tackle this, and it's been great that, you know, we've got this 12% goal. You know, and the interesting thing that I bring with me is that 35 years ago in Massachusetts, we started calling it an affordable housing crisis, Last year, we were still calling it a crisis. When is a crisis no longer a crisis? When is it actually a structural failure or a lack of political will to actually take on the challenges that we need to face in order to make sure that future generations, the current generations, actually have opportunities that we've had to be able to be adequately and affordably housed? So the other piece here is the economic development issue. You know, what I've been amazed at is, and what continues to surprise me, is that, you know, our ability to attract and retain talent to work in the industries that we have here that make Colorado such a viable place, such a growing place, is really at risk if we don't get our arms around it. That, you know, when a couple months ago, the human resources person in the town of Erie said to me, we've lost 2 of our staff out of the Department of Public Works. They're moving, they're leaving. They're not just leaving Erie, they're moving out of Colorado because they don't see any opportunity of ever being a homeowner here in Colorado. And what does that mean to us? You know, we are losing our younger generations who see that there's no opportunity for them to put down stakes, to start building a little equity, building wealth for their future life. Then what sort of future are we really providing for the future generations? I think we're really at risk here of things unraveling if we don't get our arms around this quickly. So the great thing about the things that I've seen here in Colorado is, number one, the housing partnership. Like I said, the 12% commitment by 2035. And I'll say that one of the things when I got here first, it goes, 12% of what? And so I'm delighted that we actually have Proposition 123 that said, you know, oh, we're starting to count affordable housing units. Because I believe that which gets measured gets done. If we set out something, we can say 12%, but if we put out some real numbers, and you saw Kurt put out some real numbers this morning about 800 units a year for 15 years to do what we need to do on affordable housing. That's a real number. And now we have Proposition 123, which will actually provide some additional financial resources. We've got the new IB, the one IB funding that's coming from the county, Boulder County, that will help provide the resources that we'll need to do this. And then the other thing we have is our regional planning agency, Dr. Cog, is actually doing a regional housing needs analysis. I know, another study, but the great thing about this is they've actually decided to break down, once they do the full regions study, they're going to be doing a sub-regional analysis, and they're going to be looking at Boulder County and Weld County as a combined sub-region. And I think that's critical because we know what's going on in Boulder County. I'm in Erie, where we have 1/3 Boulder County and 2/3 Weld, and so we feel the growth in the housing costs flooding over the Boulder County border into our Weld County section. We're growing leaps and bounds, and our challenge is how do we make sure that what is getting done, there's a portion of that that's responding to our affordable need. So the thing is that one of the things I want to say about Proposition 123 also that really excited me when I got here is, you know, typically, you know, with the exceptions of Boulder and Longmont, who have been doing affordable housing for a long time, communities, municipalities didn't have the capacity or didn't think it was on their plate to actually start to tackle affordable housing. But now we know that we have to step up. We have to be at the table. We have to be doing something to make sure that the broad range of housing needs are identified and that resources are there and that we're doing something proactively to make sure that we're taking care of addressing those needs. So what are we here to do today? We're asking, number one, all the municipalities that signed on to 12%, recommit to that 12%. And the way you recommit to it is not only just saying it out loud publicly, but also supporting your local staff as they start to step in and take a look at their local land use regulations and the permitting process so that they can make the changes that they need to do so that we can start taking a look at and solving the regulatory land use permitting piece as part of the problem towards creating that affordable housing. We also, Kurt mentioned this morning also that we should all be looking at inclusionary housing, all the communities in Boulder County. Several of you already have it. Thank you. I've learned a lot from you. But the other ones that don't have it yet or are trying to figure out how to implement it, you know, if we're ever going to get to the 12%, if we're just building new stuff that isn't affordable, we're always going to be losing ground. So we really need to ask the municipalities and the jurisdictions to recommit, not just verbally, but with real actions, financial support, resources. We're lucky that we have the new 1B funding that's coming to play. We're very lucky that we have the Proposition 123 money that's coming to play. But the bigger thing that we have in this region is this partnership, this region that we established a couple years ago, where we say we are acting in partnership, we are acting in collaboration. This area of Colorado expects that if you're going to be building housing, you're paying attention to that part of the housing market that has not been attended to well enough, and we expect you to step up to the plate. The development community, we're working positively with nonprofits. We're going to get there. But we do that because we do it as a region. We are a regional housing market. We're going to set out real goals, real tangible numbers that say this is what we expect to get built. We're going to ask the state to help us fund that. We're going to ask the county with the new money to help fund those gaps. But we as a region are in really great stead. And the energy and the passion and the commitment that I feel in this room really sets us in good stead to be able to make some really positive changes in the future. And hopefully to set an example for other parts of Colorado, other parts of the country that are recognizing that, you know, this affordable crisis is going to stay a crisis. It's going to simmer as a crisis. It's going to undermine our resilience as communities if we don't get on top of it. So let's go do it, gang. All right. Whew.
All right, we are actually on time. Thank you. Thank you again so much for coming today and spending your time with us and having these conversations. And I look forward to working with you into the future. So thank you very much.